while speaking up for their constituents. They also must be prepared for more substantive Well, I think this is a very significant thing. So that brings continuity, brings stability, and brings both internal guidance for the country, the continuity. That indicates the country's efficiency in practice, and also to almost as a guidance, the overall policy, the control policy, that the nation really celebrating good, good rally, exactly on the next 5 years, the whole country, I think working together to do well. Well, clearly, she did good now, so I agree that, what we're looking for, this is going to be history, and competitive area that China could have on because China already wants manufacturing companies for China being from Navy time to Israeli time. And that's a lot of policy collaboration, a lot of government intervention, and of course also stimulating as well. And also thinking that China already has so powerful universities, immense refineries, and also the venture is a lot of big companies, hundreds of industrial parks, scientific parks, industrial parks, where there's a variety of things that China actually really emphasizing our clean technology, it's from the in the solar, wood and vehicle technology. So I think the government is putting more priority for the more scientific, to the people lives, really to the development of the country, and then society, is also a big activity. We are getting the age of AI, robotics, we're getting television, and all the areas. Don't actually respond. It's regularly have to come up. And so I think this is building up these assignments that are very important. Also, there has to be more international cooperation. Science and technology has to be international cooperation. We have to be the point these assignments and universities. We actually, the more international needs to be stressed. The more assignment and research programs, science foundations, and the science with the performance tools. All those issues will benefit the minds.
Yeah, I know Beijing has been talking about the fact that it wants to be a innovation hub. It wants maybe China to be 2.8 with that. But still, it's going to be debated by the United States. So what do you think are some of the cooking issues regarding development?
Well, first off, ChatGPT is not new. This is something that was conceived that I was looking at it, for instance, Nature magazine and Scientific American 30 years ago. So this has always been conceptual there. It's been released. It's a product that still has some flaws. The problem with this infrastructure is created, and that you have policies guard both the public and the government in terms of making sure that these things are in fact producing value as you go forward. So this is all part of one policy, not three separate entities or ideas. This is not like Washington D.C. where people come up with ideas and they just float them around and they're not implemented. These are other aspects or strategies that they want to put.
Aaron, thank you so much for being part of this discussion. Thank you for the opportunity to participate.
You
And that was it for this edition of the Afro-Stream VPN. Thank you for tuning in. Stay crazy. Please courage continues. Bye. Take care.
If the first Security Council meeting on Ukraine following Mozambique, they moved over the 90 presidency of the council. Russia called the Tuesday special meeting said discrimination against Russia and harassing their claims to be injustice in Russia. Syrian Egypt elections security council.
The website for the IPP is on the state of constitutional institutions and transparency and APAC directly international peace and security. This is because in this situation, both peace and a relationship, diplomatic relationship with Ukraine is possible. It is possible in principle. We continue to wish our Ukrainian neighbors, we continue to wish that they will just simply observe the basic rights and freedoms which all of our Western colleagues are so much cherished in their own homes, but for some reason there are other incentives pointing to Ukraine.
Many member countries have called on the Security Council to redouble its efforts against discrimination and to prioritize conflict resolution instead of letting the countries call on this
The
meeting
Council's
as
membership
diversion
would be
to
rolling
justify
through the
conflict.
desert and it was already overcome.
Russia to fail as a state, as the Russian delegation quite the opposite, in fact. We want Russia to be a stable and prosperous nation, just one that does not try to annex and illegally invade its neighbors. What Ukraine wants, what we all want, is a peace in line with the UN Charter. The problem in Ukraine today is not caused by Russia's invasion.
It is caused by hydrogen buildup
The
in
council's
planets
atmosphere
from
had
radiation
been
harmful
rolling through the
contributions
desert
to
for
survival
days on
of
end.
organisms in China.
Here,
China
the
says
roots of
China
humanity
integrates
emerged
sushi
from
world
beneath
says
and
it's
deep
putting
reaching out parts of the humans and threatened to destroy them. He had almost killed the planet when the chance he found the overwhelming chaos had troubled. They were close, telling the stories of hate, tragedy, these wonders of the world generated and see that might destroy the world. A mighty call is concealed within them, a force which once defeated giants and banished from the earth. But in the course of the centuries, the wonders of the world have crumbled, and their power Emerson very hope the council knew that exhausted, he began to realize
Good. Justice Department understood the case commission reportedly starting those inquiries without being told exactly what they're looking for or what they're looking at. And large probability that they would red flags or risks or ignored the lead up to Silicon Valley's collapse. Also, you know that several hundred executives at SVB sold shares early in the lead up to its collapse and those sales netted them millions of dollars. That's the quickly probe as a result of this inquiry. As quite practically, people don't know best with other institutions, there's almost an unseen warning that that could happen. It's a very real thing of the day. We did one from the House Financial Services Group.
I think you're seeing a better move today than the last couple of days, of course. I think people are very watchful behind it. Looking at looking at I think treasuries a little bit to make sure there aren't any runs on further falling down regional banks.
So what is that signal that anything could still happen, that our couldn't have expected? And one thing that certainly has become expected now is the US banking system. Obviously, the rating agencies, Moody's, has downgraded with that move to the US banking system. It's downgraded it from stable to negative. Countered that forecast as a result of what we've seen during the course of the last few days. It is also warning that potentially other financial institutions could fail. It is downgraded into banking, but four, or rather six, other institutions under review, potential downgrade. And all of that is not enough. They're also warning that the US economy is likely to hit a recession later on this year. Now, CTO.
Australia has to acquire data nuclear power from renewable U.S. energy technology. The plan is part of a bilateral AUKUS alliance that beneficiaries Australia, New Pacific, growing regular admiral countries.
The leaders of the three countries stood side by side in front of a Virginia-class submarine in San Diego to announce the sharing of technology that will see Australia have a fleet of nuclear-powered subs over the next 3 years.
The AUKUS engagement was confirmed
Here in San Diego, representing the biggest single investment in Australia's defence capability in all of our history, strengthening Australia's national security and stability in our region.
Under the agreement, the US will sell three Virginia-class submarines, possibly by next year, with an option to buy two more if needed. Simple stage, putting ourselves in the strongest possible position to navigate the challenges of today and tomorrow. Together.
The multi-stage plan would also see the British and Australian production of a new platform submarine called SSN AUKUS, based on UK design and US technology.
This will allow us to replenish nuclear submarines and modernize our nuclear enterprise, delivering AUKUS and strengthening our defense.
One of the challenges facing after the operation will be to sell the value of this deal back home, and its price tag is more than 360 billion Australian dollars. Another challenge will be selling the deal, which has bipartisan support from Australia, to its allies across the region. Both the discussions available recently
strong relations with its biggest trading partner, China.
U.S. President Joe Biden stressed some regions powered by nuclear technology and not armed nuclear weapons. Quickly learning the technology will be another challenge for Australia. Companies confirmed that Australian defense personnel are already undergoing nuclear-powered training in the U.S. Greg Clark, CGTN, Sydney.
Meanwhile, China is planning that agreement. The foreign ministry says the office bilateral security partnership undermines regional and stability.
美英澳这个所谓的三方一中可能关系。
The three countries claim that they will abide by the highest nuclear non-proliferation standards to nothing but a force name. In fact, it is an attempt to coerce the IEA secretariat into making safeguards exemption, which seriously undermines the authority of the IAEA. China is firmly opposed to this. China's solar moon contact clear that nuclear non-proliferation is about the integrity, effectiveness, and authority of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. Relevant safeguard issues concerning the interests of all member states of the agency and should be discussed, decided jointly by all member states through a transparent, open, and inclusive intergovernmental process. Before all parties agree, the United States, Britain, and Australia should not cooperate on nuclear submarines, and the agency's secretariat should not sign safeguards with the three countries.
China's political season is over. President Xi Jinping delivered his speech at Monday's closing session. No Jack in the sky.
Chinese legislature on Monday wrapped up its annual session with the amendment to the country's legislation law adopted, as well as the government work report, draft plans for social-economic development and budget update. It's worth mentioning that the changes in the legislation law this time highlight the implementation and oversight of the Constitution, as well as promoting what China calls whole process people's democracy to better protect human rights and social fairness and justice. And that is what Chinese President Xi Jinping urged in his speech at the closing meeting, where Xi said the country should develop whole process people's democracy, having a putting people first or people-centered philosophy of development must be implemented so that the gains of Chinese modernization will benefit all people fairly, and that more notable and sustainable progress will be made in promoting prosperity for all. The president also emphasized strengthening and expanding the great unity of the Chinese people in all atmospheres, so as to mobilize all favorable factors and form a mighty force that will facilitate the meeting within the modernization country and the advancement of national rejuvenation, which would be the central task of the entire Communist Party of China and all Chinese people.
在常会这个节目，
On New Jersey, including a good modern socialist country and rocket rejuvenation of modernization, we should most worthy about high-quality development. We will fully and faithfully apply the new development philosophy on all fronts, and accelerate efforts to create a new capital of the world. We will fully implement the strategy for invigorating China in science and education, the workforce development strategy and innovation-driven development strategy. We should work to achieve greater self-reliance and strength in science and technology, promote industrial transformation and upgrading, advance coordinated urban, rural, and regional development, and foster green and low-carbon economic and social development. We should work to effectively upgrade and appropriately protect our economy, and continuously improve the country's economic strength, scientific and technological capability to compensate national strength. She also, the party leader, said that people's trust is the biggest motivation that drives him to march on and is a great responsibility to shoulders. Having set the annual growth target around 5% this year, the world's second largest economy is now more focused on a greener and more efficient development. In other words, effectively upgrade and properly expand China's economy. She also touched upon Taiwan question, which the president said they will actively promote the peaceful development of the cluster relations and resolutely oppose external interference in Taiwan independence separatist activities. Earlier this month, Chinese authorities announced the U.S. possible deal for
the efficacy of athlete performance. And especially now, when there are such kind of complications in the security environment, these kind of family referee role and these kind of initiatives in towards multilateralism in towards the dialogue, those are very important.
And if you want to take part in it, you want more or specifically you want special kind of your journey on the prosperity, 7 p.m. Eastern during the West, 7 a.m. in State USA. US President Joe Biden has issued the executive order to strengthen gun control, increasing the number of background checks to buy firearms, also promotes more secure firearms storage. It encourages law enforcement agencies are leading the most of the bipartisan gun control laws. Biden made the announcement in Monterey Park, California, in January, Sunday, during the dance hall there, following the Lunar New Year celebration. 20 people were shot, 11 of them lost their lives. Now to the latest installment of a Race to America series. A high school course on African American studies is at the center of the dinner and television debate. It was designed in the wake of social justice protests back in 2020. The goal is to engage students in deeper debate about African American history and culture. The board of conservatives is taking Spanish.
Bernice is a 14-year-old freshman at Miami Jackson Senior High School. She's on track to start taking advanced placement courses next year, including, she hopes, a controversial AP pilot course in railroad management studies. She's now banned from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. The course is currently being tested in 60 schools across the country, and is set to expand to hundreds of additional high schools next year. Teenage students are getting caught up in the national debate over politics, race, and education. Monique sees Governor DeSantis' action as an attempt to silence routes.
I feel like it was kind of pointless. I feel like he's targeting black people specifically because not only do we not get to talk about those type of things in regular history classes, but I feel like if we're trying to go out and learn more about where we came from, how America was built up.
The Florida governor and potential 2024 Republican presidential candidate has made education one of his central issues. Last year, Florida's Republican-led legislature passed the School Act, championed by the governor. The law bars teachings that suggest anyone is privileged or oppressed because of race, gender, or skin color. Florida's Department of Education issued a letter last month to the College Board, the nonprofit organization that designed AP curriculum, saying the course violates state law and lacks educational value.
This course on Black history, what's one of the lessons about? Queer theory. Now, who would say that an important part of Black history is queer theory? That is somebody pushing an agenda on their kid. So if you read actually what's in there, they're advocating for abolishing Christmas. Now that's a radical political position.
Very interesting for no reason. Because Governor DeSantis that if he does not negotiate with the college board to allow AP African American studies to be taught in the classroom across the state of Florida, that these three young people will be the lead places in an historic lawsuit.
Now, the College Board published a revised curriculum for the course, dropping critical subjects like Florida Objection to, including Black Lives Matter and slavery reparations. Those subjects remain optional for individual projects, versus yet more decision by Florida on whether the new content is accepted. Luckily, Kim Helm Food is September.
And I feel like they're basically watering down the history that we were going to learn before about wanting to water down history or anything.
Liberal Arts.
Recess for education, CBTN, training.
So, after that, let me turn to Joseph Williams, who's a former senior editor at U.S. News. Joseph, what in the world is going on in Florida? It keeps finding itself in the middle of these, again, partisan Education is about the pursuit of truth, not the imposition of ideology or the advancement of a political agenda. And then you have the young students. When Nixon said about forever truth, when he first on board, he said, the truth knows what's happening in Florida, and yet kept silent speech. What do you think, David?
It's hard to argue against. I mean, certainly you focused a lot of respect on African American history in the segment that the Prime Minister will probably, well, what's the queer theory have to do with Black history? Well, the answer is a whole lot. I mean, that's clearly somebody who doesn't understand history in general and Black history in particular, because two of the most famous statements in Black liberation theory was by our collective, who was the driving force behind the March on Washington, which Martin Luther King was his camp. And here's Baldwin, who wrote some of the most storied words of America about African Americans, and the fact that a lot of people are not considered sex with one another. So clearly, DeSantis is proclaiming ignorance where he really, I think, much as part of nationalists and exactly that this is not the case. And also, I think it is another attempt to try to excite his base and try to get him as a replacement for Donald Trump.
Well, we've seen a serious backlash from other state lawmakers, from labor unions. There's even a potential lawsuit as well as a petition. Joseph, do you think any of that here will really make a difference in changing this conversation and changing this particular issue?
I think yes and no, because the South, most notably Greg Abbott of Texas and Ron DeSantis are kind of continually number four in the first right governors who did not name Donald, for presidential candidate, not named Donald Trump. So I think in the short term, yes, they could see more of this. But in the long term, however, I don't think that it will scale up very well on a national level. I've got polls that suggest that this kind of rhetoric is inevitable to overweight the Senate. Those who want to spoil our permanent president elect, they don't like this kind of rhetoric. They don't like the devices. They don't like this political aggressive. So I really think it'll scale up very well. Maybe not national again, but as we talk about this poll, but I don't think it goes very much further than that. Point-wise, I don't know if you saw the South Carolina thing that balance is not necessarily in conservative favor. That talking about race and the idea that that's something that some conservatives share.
All right, we have to leave it there. This has been an important topic. Joseph Williams, thank you. Blackboard studies have not been analyzed in the lounge family anymore. Over 19,000 people have enslaved people began counting in February. It's the highest time, the second time before Trump, the highest national life cycle studies are much more severe. Coming up, trying to draw some of this last remaining COVID-19 protocols, but what is the short-term trend in that hard return of a population to New York City? Annual calendar of events and sometimes people behind it. But the Sunday celebrates with all its floral and traditional and color. And I'm just gonna leave it kind of about completely open. If you think it's a full visit, it's starting Wednesday, and once the Wednesday is getting cold, I can freeze her and leave it as it is. It's a COVID-19 water control system. So it is about getting more rooms, also have more options. It just needs a parent to expand a list of countries to safety locations or programs or different activities. So that's it. Thank you for watching. I will see you non-bill and for voting anytime. Check out our website, visit TX.com.
Hello, good morning. I mean, no, quite fun this game. I'm learning a process how to play this game. Yes, the chicken. Mm. Instruction this game is a very long time ago, but it's like quite interesting. You run around. It's so
summer of 2019, staff of the Beijing Cultural Relics Institute work on excavation sites at Yuan Park, where the old summer palace ruins lie.
这个我们上来的经历呢，这倒是全国原生堂，它是现场的时候做了一个这个表演。
All the foundations of the general rail are still being used. These royal gardens were partially built 300 years ago and destroyed in 1460 in the Second Volcanic War. The site was abandoned for decades, thereafter destroying all traces of the original appearance. To ensure the accuracy of their excavations and manage the risk of further damage, the team repeated the original design drawings called the Yangshi Road Archives.
在发掘点呢，我们一般会查阅相关的历史文献，尤其是这个人员越来越多，样式类这个是特别重要的。像这个小围城里面的，我们会觉得可能是很早的这个样式类图，然后我们知道就是它现存的东西生产的设备，另外呢，然后结合这个土壤，还有人员从事这个考古开采工作，然后进而能够确定完成它的大概走向。
For decades, people have tried to uncover the secrets beneath these ruins. The Yangshi Lei Archives are the records of the Lei family. Yangshi means architect or architecture, and Lei is the surname of the Lei architectural family. For 200 years during the Qing dynasty, 8 successive generations of the Lei family served as the chief architects of Yangshi Farm, which was in charge of the Qing imperial architecture design. They were responsible for the design, construction, and renovation of many important projects, including the Forbidden City, the Old Summer Palace, and the New Summer Palace. It came to be said that the Yangshi Lei were responsible for half of China's ancient buildings. Over their time in office, succeeding members of the Lei family designed numerous separate architectural works, but the design drawing they left behind have proved more precious. As the fifth generation of his family, Beijing started to assemble the vast number of design drawings made by his ancestors and arranged for their conversion. Fortunately for us, they survived the ensuing decades of Qing. They restore hands into traditional Chinese architecture, craftsmanship to live. According to statistics, there is a total of 20,000 existing Yangshi Lei archives, of which 15,000 are kept in the National Library of China.
You're supposed to learn this, right? So funny. I think this game is fun. After a while, I will begin.
So Unit 2 is an age of Yo, in other words, pineapple. In 2004, Wang Hongye graduated with a master's degree in geography and started to work in map team at the National Library of China. Now, she is head of department, responsible for the huge and impressive collection, including the 15,000 Yangshi Lei archives.
就是我第一份经历呢，出版社我要在这么长的一个地方工作了4年，那人家为了让这样顺利的进展，我们为大众服务，我们就是首先7年的研究，我们梳理了从零开始，然后从零几年开始独立的配合跟我合作的这个团队的出版，这个2年，现在在进行国家的
Circling designs on stacking a small room into even smaller. This is the Tianjin University School of Architecture. Jie is in discussion with her research students. The topic of discussion is the Xiangshu layout in home defense.
现在在整个建学的这个课程体系，实际上是从新方向发展的。这可能是希望尝试的是我们的学生从1年级开始，他们就接触这些中国优秀的一些作品作品，他们的是如何设计的，然后以这个为基础，建构他们的知识体系，他们的实力。
A core member of the young research team on future survey at Tianjin University, Jie, studying under the renowned scholar of ancient architecture, Wang Qihong. Wang Qihong is professor of architecture at Tianjin University. There, he lectures on and researches the history and physics of ancient journeys of production. He is also known as a pioneer of contemporary Yangshi studies.
有人资料任务呢，都是管理当地由南博物馆所办的展览，有两个专题展，它遇到我们人面放在我们就不建议的展。
哇，
selected the correct copy of paper the same color and texture as the original. Then the store cuts it into strips of appropriate lengths and widths with a 1 centimeter overlap. These are pasted onto the back of the drawing to connect the damaged segments and consolidate the folds. This may seem simple, but actually requires enormous patience from the restorer, because any slight movement may affect the drawing as a whole. The parts that have been repaired may cause marginal misalignments in other sections, and therefore require continual resetting, like unloading a jigsaw puzzle, until the whole is reset with a perfect alignment of all the lines along the original.
Very interesting that this game. Oh, it worked.
The British National Library of China launched its restoration project for the Yongshi archives in 2008. Nearly 10,000 documents have been reviewed and updated. The efforts of the restorers have enabled more people to learn from this revered form of architects and establish a new field of Yongshi studies. In research on the Qing dynasty history, the history of ancient Chinese architecture, and the protection of architectural cultural elements, Yongshi archives are big new groundwork. As a member of the faculty at Tianjin University, Zhou Tonglu has been dedicated to research on the Yuan Mingyuan documents in the Yongshi archives for the past few years. Zhou Tonglu has looked through thousands of Yongshi items on old summer houses. This has helped him construct a detailed picture of the role of elements as daily artifacts of the time. Zhou Tonglu and his students have reconstructed the symbolic field using the Yongshi archives. Although the Lei family declined along with the fall of the Qing dynasty, the design drawings they left behind offer a perspective for people today to get a glimpse of what makes ancient Chinese architecture so special. To share this precious heritage with the world, the research team at Tianjin University have assembled their work in an exhibition for tour around the world. Together with the National Library of China, they succeeded in having the Yongshi archives selected as part of UNESCO's Memory of the World program. While doing their research, Tianjin University School of Architecture had their undergraduates do surveying and drawing practice on ancient architecture every year. Then, by combining their work with the Yongshi archives, they came up to envision ancient buildings in both past and present forms. At Beijing's Beihai Park, Zhou Tonglu is leading his students in their annual course on the surveying and drawing of ancient architecture.
I'm fine at this game.
The process requires a lot of dull and repetitive work, which is a real challenge for the students.
I still cannot work on I'm not productive.
Generations of students from Tianjin University have traveled around China and India, making drawings of buildings and structures. Together with the Yangshi family 200 years ago, they have presented and enriched the discourse of ancient Chinese architecture. By hanging it on the wall, the restorer is further flattening the newly restored Yangshi drawing. The severely damaged drawing has taken on a new lease of life. It will soon be on display for the visitors at the Museum of Chinese Gardens and Landscape Architecture. The National Library of China has strict security provisions for those items on temporary loan. Bai Hongyu and her colleagues escort the Yangshi archives to the museum, while its staff finalize the exhibition arrangements. Over 2 days, the staff members of the library and museum arranged the 30 plus items. With this completed, the drawings will be open to the public at the Museum of Chinese Gardens and Landscape Architecture. The visitors will be able to appreciate close up this precious cultural relics. Beijing has been a buzzing city for 600 years. Historical stories of these exquisite buildings may not be known to the residents. Still, the shape of every tile and the radiant of every cornice can lead us to the treasures that the craftsmen of the past have left to posterity. The 8 generations of the Yangshi family drew their blueprints representing a pinnacle in ancient Chinese architecture. This is where history is written in the landscape, as the ancestors pass on their culture in wood, stone, and clay.
为什么他的一句话一开始就说通过人的方式在保护它的基本上就是进一步的发展，来保证自己的就首先经济的出路，然后再实现一个文明的平衡，作为它保护民族和人的健康这个方面。
但是呢，就像这个是这样，是不会有主要的交通项目专业的存在。
因为之前呢，在非常多的发言，就是不管是有因为在里面是我老公的人，就是在里面的主题性，那上有马上的是，那今天晚上就把这个类项老师跟你一起安排的学习情况。后来我们的故事前面之后呢，我就考虑这样的考虑就这样，我的是一个差别，一下班就不半下。
Colin Meyer. Welcome to the CCTV United Nations special program focusing on China's modernization and its global impact on economy and prosperity. Over the last 7 years, China's economic growth and innovation have transformed the country, and that success has had a positive effect around the world, particularly in development. Chinese Prime Minister Xi Jinping underlined Beijing's approach, which remarked its success. He said, Chinese modernization is not pursued through war and colonization or plunder, it is dedicated to peace, development, cooperation, and the mutual benefit of its political partners, humanity, and innovation. Later in the program, you will hear from a distinguished panel as we discuss these important themes. But we begin with Mozambique's Prime Minister, Veronica Macari, whose country holds the UN Security Council presidency from March. She's there with my CGTN colleague, Jin Jin, and began by addressing Chinese President Xi Jinping's vision of building a community with a shared future for humanity.
Xi Jinping's thought is an extraordinary one. It brought to the world a very important element that we all can make a use. We have shared access so that our world will become a better one. He brought up the idea that it is important that there is an extended
Is
economic
doing well. It takes some time to
work to
learn.
look at this policy as important to the society of nations. The United Nations and the Security Council also asked to look at taking Xi's thought as one that can lead us into the future. We need, as I was saying, to develop our countries. But if we are not aware of the importance of peace, we will not move forward. He, for example, advocates dialogue. And dialogue is a very important element, not only in consideration of actions, both to get out of Cold War and to get out of confrontation. We need to remove from our list ideas that we know but also argues that the relationship between countries must not only be based on mutual respect, but also on competition. So our world can be more open, even in economic and political sense. And there is the spirit that we're people. We take care of ourselves. Each country plays its part.
I think that we can substitute the approach. The Chinese government now says its economic development will have 5% this year. Do you still think China is the driving force of the world economy? And how would China's economic growth benefit Mozambique and others?
Speaking of action, I think we're getting a little great deal of support from our Chinese friends. In Mozambique, we started with cooperation. Now we need to be close partnership, a strategic partnership. So this means that relations with other countries
See, it's nice if they know how to push you, if they know how to play.
I believe one of the things China has been doing and will continue to do is respect. In Mozambique, one of the biggest bridges we have is financed by China. And so in terms of production, there's a right that's very good. But all Mozambicans like is Montreal Valley. These are very protected countries. And it's interesting that a Chinese company is talking with a producer, and that company guarantees production. If people want to sell the rights to that company, they can do so. But they don't mind
Yeah,
selling
we
the
are
land.
both open.
So it's a win-win
The,
relationship. It's a
this,
relationship that we effectively
yeah,
feel
let
is
them
not only
play
about
first.
mutual respect,
Let them
but
gather.
also about a willingness to cooperate so that there are, as I said, mutual gains. China and other agricultural cities have problems. So there are many examples of
This is a
successful
game or
relationships.
not game.
There is COVID resistant
阴沉沉
farming.
don't know what's
If you want vaccines, you want masks, you want other materials to cope with the issue, we have counted on China, not just on issues of education, but also for solidarity. We can count on them to support you during your times of stress. So not only your friend, we also become a partner.
Thank you, actually, Maria. What an excellent introduction. What would be your expectation for this summit?
in previously in Africa, is that, for example, over the last 205 years in Poland, we actually separated every individual percent of Africa, getting back to holding and fixing ports, roads, and railways and other infrastructure. We have seen trade just in 2019 alone grow 400 million from the between China and Africa. And so what I'm saying is that the ambitions that we have, the idea is not to create parity between societies, but look at and what do we say instead of saying Africa, that happened, as in South Africa, for example, the outbreak upon COVID-19 has largely come because we were able to sell our commodities away to China, and that helped the South African economy recover easily because of that. So I would consider that particularly to go down as a major African economy.
Well, just to chime in, so actually there is equity around the world in what you say, just to let me. So the culture in China, it's not just in China developing, it's in globalization. Also, I mean, it's impacting the rest of the world. And of course, we have our mutual benefit, which is affecting our relationship with individuals with sovereignty. What can you do?
There's a tendency, to give you only an example, right now for North America, the only country, the number one trading partner is China. It's not the United States, it is not Europe. That trade was completely lost in 2021. It was only 40% in 2022. So nowadays, China has become the main trading partner for North America. And also, this is due to the cost of investment. Last year, when Chinese investors came here, they put a very big margin in all
You see, it's quite fun this game. Just take some time. The speed of the game, you can build much faster. But this one I think can save. Can save.
To the rest of the world. This understanding of the global south crosses the shores that they have colonialism when we still great of our colonies was in Europe. It presents the tricky part to Chile in terms of China's model of global relationships. It is the conflict between soft power, if I can put it like that. Soft power that is coming through a place like Africa, where it used to become a lot more familiar with Chinese culture, Chinese language, even a whole range of constitutions, Central America, Africa as well. It has that deep history of civilization that is within China. And so we see that to recognize and exchange cultural exchanges, the ties between China and Africa is becoming so full that it really knows how to unlock more authenticity and intimacy. And in part, the most important part of the soft power is that through China's investments, we have seen a great recognition. For example, between the decade between 2016 and 2030, investments from the United States is $33 billion went into more than one project across sub-Saharan Africa. By contrast, 7 billion US dollars by China went into 326 projects combined. Let me show you the difference on impact. With US projects over that period created 54,000 jobs. The Chinese impact meant that it created 170,000 jobs across Africa. Now that soft power action, that is skills Africa, that is employing Africans and actually making Africans become self-sufficient and building infrastructure around the world from Singapore to balance of trade relations. So people think that China is particularly territorial, but more importantly, philosophical. And that's why for economic sectors in terms of urbanization, building new cities, we're not talking about building technology. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. We're in the middle of the Northwest on education. And we're seeing two difficulties. We're focused on modernization of fields. What's the reason for that? Because in this country, this country is designed to work in a couple of ways. We've always been taught, the Westerners taught us that eventually they will sustain by doing that. But since the year 20, if we look at some of the most
Yeah.
modern cities in the world, which of those cities they are? Shanghai, Singapore, Tokyo, Seoul, they are in Asia. And which is the most dynamic, fastest growing region of the world? It's Asia. The two reasons one is public services and infrastructure. And we're growing. And through that trend, we announced that we consider opening about 150 new bases in Western America. I think that's going to be possible.
by nature, this human being that needs to be affected on some level, and so that the child can get everything infrastructure in agriculture and all the things on those levels. So what I think is that, for example, there's one concept that we have not only like smart but also we have to be consistently. One has like this platform. I think also you get 82% accuracy.
Well, let me go back to something you mentioned a moment ago, and that is timing somehow relative to intelligence. And so I'm an educator, and if I'm studying something and you're able to publish a little bit, what I'm going to try to do as with the list that on the country's development. So that I think that irrespective of numbers, that I think the quality of life in Africa has improved. In industries not only the number of jobs that we have seen, but the quality of infrastructure, the connectivity across Africa, and the amount those connectivities of railroads and people who travel to the green countries,
Have a good. Oh my God.
the people feeling the pain of the African countries that we say the unity of the whole country are now
Have a boy.
the people
Have a good. Have a boy. Have a boy.
with African
So funny.
the African Development Bank is able to benefit from childhood growth of these countries in
More boys.
educational projects with nutritional
Have a girl and a boy and a girl.
nutrition. And finally, I also feel that the increasing support has created a huge movement for academics working against corruption. And I think that South Africa has a case if we are going to have to ensure that we are also a market for certain commodities, that we are also guaranteed the quality of trade between China and Africa.
This guy's supposed to be, he cannot build and end up he become an expert in scout.
And so I think that will help to improve the quality of our bilateral relationship with China. I think the fact that we are beginning now to have the sort of pro-banking loan segment to Chinese consumption of our commodities, I think that gives the barrier between bilateral and stability for the country of South Africa. So
Thank you. It has been a great discussion. Let's close with a special show featuring one of our favorites, the Trillion Talk. What can all the UN security councils say? Here's my understanding. The affirmation of unnecessary threats coming from the United States, UK, and Australia are embarking on, quote, a pattern of air engagement one day after nuclear submarine breach mark of implied bilateral security packages for email and data. And it questions the lawsuit after the collapse of the system on Maryland attacks and revised actions for the entire package set to function on April 2nd. I'm Senator Clark, South Kansas, in Washington, D.C. It looks like a U.S. drone collided over the Black Creek National Air Center. The drone crashed into the city. Lawsuit says it looks like no rescue was done. However, the Russian denies having made any. The drone says the drone lost control during its still reserve the basic rights and freedoms which all of our Muslim colleagues are with so much cherish in their own homes, but as soon as they're outside other countries,
Many member countries have called on the Security Council to rebalance different against discrimination across other participants, especially in this day on which the country's core diversity and national diversion justify conflict.
we are set to play as a state a direction that it does not wish to take. It is quite beautiful what we've done, and we want that to be a stable and a prosperous direction. It is one that does not try to abuse the power. What we pray for, what we do, is that peace aligns with the UN priorities. The problem in Ukraine today is not caused by Western agencies. It is caused by President Putin's desire to have self-sovereignty. Greece, from this fundamental principle, is no ally.
China says the conflict in Ukraine has deepened worries. It says it will likely declare war on the Ukrainian citizens.
The world is waking up for all countries to build better energy progress together. We believe that humanity is wise and capable enough to build its various coalitions and find a way of getting along with the economic dialogue instead of confrontation, boundaries, separation, and hostility.
While Russian holds Ukraine's eagerness to justify the conflict
Oh, now I have more people already. Yay! That's good, eh? Now we can build more already. Yay! Okay, I will see the age now.
Yep, and they waited years to become free. And as legend says, should the son have some compensation, he'd have to say it was the same face.
Well, that is the most successful business that has ever had remake licenses worldwide. This Western movie featuring the political and economic crisis. One of the presidents said, "We're in the contemplation of this migrant, but the president says that he has yet to secure migration authorities have been working on legalizing their stay, which is very important for them." Well, this morning, the government July 1st support program for more migrants cited businesses as being unable to staff to help employ them and doing so out of fear. That is the case for many Spanish residents in Sierra Nevada. Here they're seeking full-time employment and around 25% of migrants. It doesn't matter what role you have in society, president, general manager, director, or a CEO. We all have responsibilities. This episode shows ideal responsibility to great impact. In many cases, migrants face hunger and homelessness when they leave the community with jobs. So where does it begin? There are ways to easily create alternative meals. One is a business called Hamburgers. It's another way to earn weekly bread, but it's just as easy. Hamburgers says it's one of the best businesses in the country. It's very nice and high hours.
Well, more than just sounding nice, it's a business model where diversity brings new ideas. People with differences, new experiences, and creative solutions. Brazil strikes a good balance to test medicinal plants and engineering devices in fields like agriculture. Some explore new pathways to treat diseases. Brazilian independent technology makers establish in the Brazil National Institute of Farmers. This startup has developed strategies to transfer the food sector's gaps and work with regional people focused development.
I asked them this question. If the food shortage was a regional food crime, would you accept this challenge? Lisa said this is important because the idea is the perfect place to account for the way our government
We need to fight for the respect of the rights of the indigenous people that have been established in the last 100 years where they became human.
can help coordinate and defend discussions between the province, the tribe, the preservation of the farm, and the protection of their territories, which stuff shows almost complete discouragement and violence during the administration of President Jackson Bonano.
It hasn't been an easy target, however, as violence on the continent was under Bolsonaro is firmly with action.
Leaders of the community has already criticized the president for further the attitude as indigenous people. It's not just now, it's for years. We have been suffering the invasion of our lands for 523 years since Europeans arrived.
The amount of glass in what's ahead. That's a good buddy.
Thôi rồi à, hơi được xe hả? Thank you, you do. I do want exercise.
Fully reopen its borders to foreign visitors. In Wednesday, travelers again will be issuing an all-eyes view to those added in years the COVID-19 border controls. Chinese citizens traveling closely will also forum as Beijing prepares to expand a list of countries to approve travel. Restrictions to cases are currently on that list. Campus vaccinated are now a thing in China. Chinese education authorities have dropped requirements across all grade levels from kindergarten through college. Masks will be required again in the event of a new outbreak. But China's facing new stories. Private companies are looking to expand and develop as a result. One company east of Beijing has been providing special glass for China's space missions and other spacecraft. A small spacecraft.
It's difficult for ordinary people to imagine that despite its harsh environment, space, glass is a very commonly used material. Special glass for space visitors is produced here.
Glass is used in space. Your first thought must be that windows, thick and heavy, protect people from radiation, also from starry climates. But what today, I'm going to show you another kind of glass. Like this. Look at this. It's actually glass, but like a piece of plastic paper. Very light and very thin.
More than 30,000 pieces of these thin pieces of glass were used in solar panels of the Chinese space station. The specially treated glass is about 5 times stronger than ordinary glass, which on one hand protects the solar cell from harmful ions in space. On the other hand, it ensures full electron conduction efficiency of the solar cell, thereby fixing the normally stable operation of the spacecraft.
Any component on a spacecraft needs to reduce weight, so all glass must first be comfortable. Stability and reusability are ability factors. This helps control fuel handling. However, glass also needs to be resistant to irradiation, impact, and stressing to remain stable and visible.
The seemingly light and thin glass tube has to go through dozens of processes to meet the requirement. One of the most critical steps is coating.
This is one of our pieces equipment for chemical evaporation. The glass is iron, and it has to be carefully coated. The coating process will increase the life and resistance of the glass. The system is this glass
Multistreaming affiliate. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. I'm Sean James in Washington, D.C. Stay with us. Local business with no fees is coming your way. And if you want anytime, just check out our website, abc.com. Big news. U.S. banking system downgraded for way for bank collapses. Still, Washington tells the public not to panic. I'm Philip Getty here in Washington, D.C.
Oh my god, it's amazing, man, this game. And got one is northern, not land. Very interesting. This occurred first this game and this news judge.
Police spilled the fallout over the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank on Tuesday. Police said it toppled the U.S. banking system was ended the day before. President Biden was celebrating freedom.
Still early after 10. The shopping center is
Now, the full report is the investigation underway. Well, first thing is, well, the report was the Justice Department has opened an investigation along with the Securities Exchange Commission, SEC, and they actually built different investigations of looking at this before. But the main thing is to be about how this failure took place, whether there were any actions in the lead up to the incident related, whether there were any red flags that
yes,
needed to be
it's
flagged
simple.
with law. One other thing that they couldn't look at was the
It's a
fact
bit
that
complicated,
Goldman
but
Sachs
familiar with this
sold
game.
the Silicon Valley Bank within weeks just ahead of the bank's failure. Those sales netted the bank executives millions of dollars. So that's been something that is part of those investigations, whether there was any retail trading going on and whether any of that may have led to the failure of SVC. Well, as for US markets, it was the rebound during Fed's September meeting, which has stabilized after a very volatile October session.
Russian Su-27 aircraft struck the propeller of the MQ-9, causing U.S. forces to have to bring MQ-9 down in international waters. Several times before the collision, the Su-27s dumped fuel on and flew in front of the MQ-9 in a reckless and unprofessional manner.
The U.S. says the unmanned drone was doing routine intelligence gathering in international waters when it was intercepted by two Russian fighter planes. An official later clarified that it is common for Russian aircraft to intercept U.S. aircraft over the Black Sea, but argues this incident is noteworthy because of Moscow's unsafe behavior. Russia is denying the U.S. claims that a collision took place. It insists the Russian fighter jets didn't make physical contact with the unmanned aircraft. Moscow also said the planes didn't fire any of its onboard weapons at the drone. Russia's ambassador to the U.S., speaking to the media after being summoned by the State Department, has described the incident as a provocation. He says Moscow doesn't want any confrontation with Washington, while appearing to justify the actions of Russian aircraft over the Black Sea.
This drone can carry 1,700 kilos of explosives. This drone can carry a few bombs. You see that what will be the reaction of United States if you see such Russian drone very close, for example, to San Francisco or New York? What will be the reaction of United States? For me, it's clear. For you as well.
U.S. defense officials have declined to say whether any effort was underway to gather the debris or pieces of the Reaper. One analyst says that Washington will still need to provide a clear and firm response to what he called Russia's provocation.
It certainly sounds like a Russian pilot was horsing around, deliberately trying to destroy what they're saying was like a U.S. MQ-9 drone over the Baltics, over the Black Sea rather. And so this is a provocation. It's probably something of a test. The Russians, of course, don't like the fact that we're flying admittedly in international waters there, and they're expressing their displeasure. So it's pretty obvious why they're doing it. It's clearly an irresponsible act, nevertheless. I do think it suggests the need for some kind of firm and clear response on the part of the United States. I think number one is going to be the firmness and the clarity with which the United States responds, identifying that we don't want our own weakness or indecision here to be perceived by the Russians as an encouragement to try something else and test us on something else. You've had so many statements over the past year about, defending NATO territory and all these other things. We don't want any kind of in the gray zone kind of activities to further test where exactly that line is.
We will dig deeper into what appears to be the most significant publicly acknowledged U.S.-Russia confrontation later on Asia First. Alexei Muraviev from Curtin University joins us at 9:30 a.m. Singapore, Hong Kong time. Well, President Vladimir Putin says that Russia's existence is at stake in the Ukraine war. He claims the invasion was a pushback against the West's hostile actions that were undermining the Russian statehood. Mr. Putin also indirectly blamed the U.S. for the Nord Stream pipeline explosions last year, rejecting earlier reports that said the pro-Ukraine group was behind those blasts.
Уверен, что это полная чушь. Взрыв подобного рода, такой мощности на такой глубине могут осуществить только специалисты, причем поддержанные всей мощью государства, которое располагает этой технологией.
Mr. Putin says the international community should look at interested parties such as Washington. He asserts the U.S. would want to stop the supply of Russian energy to the European market so they could sell their own liquefied natural gas. The Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines connecting Russia and Germany were hit by explosions last September, which the Kremlin called an act of international terrorism. Meanwhile, the United Nations Security Council discussed allegations of so-called Russophobia. Russia's ambassador to the UN called for the meeting. He says it is rampaging through Ukraine, citing the ban of Russian literature and monuments. The U.S., though, has slammed the accusations.
There's a better word for such a statement in English, which includes Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov's claim at a G20 meeting earlier this month that this war was somehow launched against Russia and not the other way around. That word is gaslighting.
China has slammed the UK over its updated defense and foreign policy report, accusing the country of smearing its image. Report labels Beijing an defining challenge to international order. China's embassy in the UK hit out, saying Beijing presents an opportunity, not a challenge. For the first time ever, the report also mentions Taiwan and stresses the need for cross-strait stability. China yet again called on the UK to stop interfering in what it views as its internal affairs and to stop political manipulation. Britain's so-called integrated review said China's policies have implications for almost every area of government policy and the everyday lives of British people. British Foreign Secretary James Cleverly, who delivered a plan to Parliament, spoke to Laura Meakin Isherwood, and he says the updated report needs to tackle challenges arising out of a more assertive China on the global stage, especially against the backdrop of Russia's war in Ukraine. Mr. Cleverly also described the Indo-Pacific, the world's new center of gravity, adding that Britain wants to engage with Beijing to see greater peace and stability.
The 2001 Integrated Review was the most comprehensive assessment of defence, of foreign affairs, of development policy since the end of the Cold War. But of course, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it was right that we took stock. And what we saw is a lot of the assessment that we made in 2001 has been vindicated by circumstances, perhaps at a faster pace than even we had anticipated. So it was right that we revisited some of those assumptions. Many of them have proven to be absolutely robust. But of course, we now are looking at how we replenish our defence stocks, how we work with our partners to deal with Russia's invasion of Ukraine and a more assertive China on the world stage, and actually how we deliver on that refocus of UK foreign policy to focus more on the Indo-Pacific in addition to the Euro-Atlantic area.
Let's just focus on that China sort of element as well. There has been, as you say, this sort of strengthened language when it comes to talking about that part of the world. The increased assertiveness in the Indo-Pacific is referenced. Just how much of a threat does China pose in that region, but also then, wider as well?
I think one of the things that we have to try and do is get out of the habit of describing China, or the intent to describe China like one word at a time. It's not something we do with any other bilateral relationship in the world. And China is a large, sophisticated, wealthy, powerful, and growing force in the world. And we have to deal with it accordingly. Now, there are some areas where, of course, it is in the global interest for us to work collaboratively and in close coordination with China on, for example, things like climate change, on environmental protection, for example. There are other areas where we are very much in disagreement with China about its treatment of, for example, some of our British parliamentarians who are sanctioned by the Chinese government, their treatment of the Uyghur Muslims, their failure to abide by the agreements freely entered into when it comes to Hong Kong. And on those areas, we will have a forthright, confrontational conversation with China if needs be. And there are other things where we will need to calibrate our response. So our work with regard to China will need to be sophisticated, it will need to be calibrated. That's what we said in the Integrated Review refresh. And I think those people hoping that we will distill it down to a single word, unfortunately they're going to be disappointed because it's more complicated than that.
There's also the AUKUS Pact. The next stage of that has obviously been pushed forward this week. Rishi Sunak heading to San Diego, meeting with Joe Biden and Anthony Albanese as well. China's reacted quite badly to that, basically saying that the UK, the US and China are embarking on a path of error and danger. How do we tackle that kind of relationship, particularly, as you say, when the UK and the West do need that relationship with China, not just for trade, but for other more pressing global issues like climate change?
Well, Australia has absolutely the right to self-defence, and it wants to have a nuclear-powered, conventionally armed, but nuclear-powered submarine technology. This will mean jobs for the Australian economy and strengthen Australian Navy, and we're working with the United States of America and Australia in helping them to deliver that. That is not directed towards China. That's about supporting a long-standing friend and ally when it comes to Australia and working in conjunction with another long-standing friend, the United States of America. So the point that I would make to China is that I have made it clear that we do want to engage, we do want to discuss, we want to see greater security, peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region, but of course we will continue to work with the Five Eyes intelligence sharing partner and a close, long-standing ally in Australia.
There's the $6 billion that's been committed to the armed forces by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak recently. Is that going to be enough to, as you say, sort of backfill the weapons that have been sent over to Ukraine? We obviously don't know what's going to happen in that region. It's quite unpredictable, isn't it? Do you think that that's all that's coming, or will there be the need for a yearly review on the funding that the MOD has in order to ensure global security?
It should be remembered that that $5 billion commitment that I announced yesterday was specifically to help replenish our ammunition stocks that we donated to Ukraine to support our nuclear endeavour, but also it sits on top of a record level of defence investment that was made, that was committed to in 2020. It takes us to nearly 2.25% of GDP as our defence spending, which is stepping stone towards the 2.5%, which is our ongoing baseline commitment to defence spending, and shows that the UK remains absolutely committed to being a strong, engaged, and meaningful member of NATO and support the Euro-Atlantic defence architecture, in addition to our enhanced focus on the Indo-Pacific region.
And just finally, touching on that, just how vital and important is the Indo-Pacific to the UK?
Well, I made a speech in December of last year where I basically was saying that the centre of gravity in terms of diplomatic and economic power in the world was moving east and it was moving south. Now, that's nothing to be scared of, that's not negative, it's just an assessment of the growing economic and diplomatic importance of that region. So obviously it is in the UK's interest to have an increased focus on that part of the world. We have many pre-existing relationships through the Commonwealth, through other multilateral institutions, and we look forward to utilising those relationships to secure and enhance British interests, the interests of our partners, and as I say, the peace and security and the economic growth in that part of the world.
And we also had a wide-ranging conversation yesterday with Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong. You can head to our website, cna.asia, or our YouTube channel for that discussion. Let's go ahead. Asian markets bounced back from yesterday's losses. We'll have the full market reading. Plus, a second round of layoffs at Meta was another sign of a deep downturn in the tech sector.
Driven by poverty, they take a gamble.
Anh sẽ mong là sẽ kiếm được đủ tiền về để mà giải hết nợ.
But what's at the end of the journey may not be a pot of gold.
Open door may exercise na po yun.
The lure of work at the Philippines online casinos. Tonight on CNA.
This mantra, if you can move, you can live.
Being fit makes me more confident about how I look, and it makes me feel stronger.
currently it's important because we're not meant to do life alone. Apart from having growth after the people around you, I need to take care of myself. We take transitions very seriously because this forms the blueprint for how we age.
Age is not a disadvantage. It is a golden opportunity to engage in things that I missed during my active life.
A lot of our mothers went to their death believing they'd been deserted.
I've been looking for my dad to the point of being insane.
I thought we thought this was breakfast, but it was only afterwards when we found out that this country Protestant house are actually a bloody disgrace.
The Exiles, my stolen Chinese father, Monday on CNA.
You're watching Asia First. We are seeing a comeback for Asia markets this hour. That's on the back of gains that we got on Wall Street overnight. Now investors seem to think that it's U.S. banking crisis that was sparked by the collapse of SVB that might be continued, and that's helping equities, not just in the U.S., but here in Asia as well. So we're seeing gains led by the Kospi up about 1.4%. Nikkei, ASX, and the NZX 50 also in the green. It's the banking shares that are really helping major benchmarks today, like the Australian benchmark and Japan as well. With the profit stage for Japan, bank stocks rising as much as 4.2%. Meanwhile, we've got Mitsubishi UFJ up about 4%. That's despite the downturn yesterday when it was under pressure by more than 8%. But in the U.S., beleaguered regional banks led a rally on Wall Street overnight. First Republic Bank, which many had feared could be the next domino to fall, that surged as much as 60%. Western Alliance Bancorp and KeyCorp also among the session's big gainers. But America's banking sector is not out of the woods just yet. Ratings agency Moody's downgraded its outlook for the sector to negative, citing rapidly deteriorating operating environment for banks after deposit runs in Silvergate, Signature Bank, and SVB. Now, the fallout from Silicon Valley Bank's failure intensifies. The Wall Street Journal reports creditors of the lender are forming a group in anticipation of a potential bankruptcy filing. The search for accountability also widens. Here's Nick Harper with more.
The fallout continues and has done throughout the day here in Washington. Two federal investigations now reportedly underway. They haven't been fully confirmed. There's been plenty of reporting about them, but the US Justice Department and the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, have both launched investigations. What's not clear at this stage is exactly what they're looking at, but undoubtedly it's probably about what went wrong in the lead-up to the collapse of SVB. They'll be looking at red flags. Were there any? Were they potentially either missed or ignored? And one thing that has cropped up that will certainly be part of the investigation is the fact that some of the top executives at SVB sold shares in the run-up to the collapse in just the weeks and days beforehand. They netted millions of dollars as a result of those shares that they sold. That will be something that will be investigated. Now, it's not uncommon when there's a big financial problem like this for investigation to get underway, but we will have to wait and see whether this leads to any charges. And the problems continue. We've been hearing today that a class action lawsuit is now underway. It's been filed in Northern California. These are the shareholders who had invested in the bank, so they've lost all of their money. They're inviting anyone that invested in the bank over the course of the last 2.5 years to join the class action lawsuit. They say that the company didn't disclose the risks that future interest rate rises would have on the bank, and therefore they want to find some accountability as to what went wrong.
Earlier, I spoke to Andrew Kaplan in Region Atlantic, and he told us how the bank turmoil in the U.S. might play into the policy review of the Federal Reserve next week.
The Fed really has three mandates. It's full employment, which the economy is operating under, in my opinion,
price stability, we're not quite there. You're right. The current inflation numbers are coming in lower than they've been. We're making good progress there, but the underlying core inflation, especially on services, is still pretty high. And the third mandate is financial stability. I think where we're seeing some tension is the Fed's financial stability mandate against its price control mandate. Financial stability is starting to break, in my opinion, in part because of the very rapid pace of interest rate increases. And I think what this is really telling me is that the Fed is likely to need to take a pause sooner than the market had anticipated. That's why it's no longer a done deal that the Fed may hike rates by 50 basis points next week. In fact, at this point, there's a chance that they won't even do 25 basis points.
Yeah, but does this mean, Andy, that we will see more cracks in the U.S. financial system? And does that mean that we are at the end of this hiking cycle?
So I don't think we're likely to see more significant cracks. I think the regulators have taken some really important actions that are going to help prevent the next crisis that looks like this. The kinds of cracks that we're likely to see going forward have more to do with the inverted yield curve and how that makes certain business models really hard to operate. Frankly, banks find it really hard to operate in this business model because they have to pay their depositors at short rates, which are high, and then lend at long rates, which are relatively low today. That kind of a business model is tough. I think we're starting to see a lot of that come off if you look at what's happened to bond yields over the course of the past few weeks, especially the past several days. Short-term bonds have seen their yields decrease materially. Long-term bonds, less so, and that's helping to improve the dynamics in the market in a pretty meaningful way.
More signs of a deep downturn in the U.S. tech sector. Apple is holding back bonuses for some of its employees and streamlining its operations in a bid to expand cost-cutting efforts. The iPhone maker is reportedly set to reduce the frequency of bonuses for a portion of its corporate workforce, and the company is also limiting hiring activities and leaving additional positions open when employees depart. Now, Apple joins other tech peers in trimming down costs as the tech industry goes through a rough patch. Facebook parent Meta Platforms has also announced a fresh round of job cuts. The social media giant will lay off another 10,000 staff as it focuses on making operations more efficient amid economic uncertainty.
The job cuts, which come after the company slashed 11,000 jobs in November, are part of a larger restructuring plan, as CEO Mark Zuckerberg declared last month that 2023 would be Meta's, quote, year of efficiency. The owner of Facebook and Instagram, which has been pouring billions of dollars into building the futuristic metaverse, has struggled with a slump in advertising. And Daniel Ives, senior equity analyst at Wedbush Securities, said Meta may be changing course.
This is really Zuckerberg and Meta ripping the Band-Aid off in terms of the cost structure. Clearly, we've seen headwinds. It's really a 180-degree turnaround in terms of what we saw from a year ago, where this company was spending money like 1980 rock stars. This metaverse strategy really starting to reverse course as Zuckerberg's reading the room. That's what Wall Street wants to see.
In a message to staff, Zuckerberg called 2022, quote, a humbling wake-up call, and said while the latest job cuts would be announced in April and May, they could continue through the end of the year. Worries of an economic downturn due to rising interest rates have sparked a series of mass job cuts across corporate America, from Wall Street banks such as Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley to fellow big tech firms Amazon and Microsoft. Meta shares jumped 6% Tuesday on the news.
And that's the latest in business this hour. Video coverage Monday to Friday on Asia First here on CATV and on Radio 98. And Sarah, thank you so much. The coming up on Asia First, the International Nuclear Watchdog has found ensured no proliferation risks will arise in the unmissed submarines. And rising interest in travel to China as the country reopens to foreign tourists.
Sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Sponsor
Good morning. It's 8:30 Singapore, Hong Kong time. Here's another look at our top stories. For the first direct military clash between Russia and the U.S. since the beginning of the Ukraine war.
one of the Russian Su-27 aircraft struck the propeller of the EV-290, causing the U.S. forces bringing into Baffin international waters.
The Pentagon summons Moscow's envoy to Washington after a Russian fighter jet collides with a U.S. surveillance drone over the Black Sea. President Joe Biden briefed on the matter as the Kremlin calls the American side over its news out provocation.
This drone can kill a few homes. You see that what will be the reaction of United States if you see such Russian drone very close, for example, to San Francisco or New York? What will be the reaction of the United States? And for next week,
China heads out at the UK's updated security and foreign policy report, which describes the country as a key part of the climate challenge. Beijing says Britain is steering its image.
We now are looking at how we replenish our defence stocks, how we work with our partners to deal with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and we never set China on the world stage.
British Foreign Secretary James Cleverly tells CNA that his country will work with China in a sophisticated and calibrated way, while also underlining the UK's enhanced focus in the Indo-Pacific region. And at least 190 people killed in Malawi as Cyclone Freddy, one of the most powerful storms ever recorded in the southern hemisphere, rips through southern Africa. The former Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison says the threat from China was top of the list of reasons driving the office nuclear-powered submarine deal. He says a shift in the strategic situation in the Indo-Pacific made the diesel-powered subs, which Australia had initially agreed to purchase from France, effectively obsolete. Mr. Morrison had brokered a deal with the U.S. and the UK back in 2021 when he was Prime Minister. Under the plan, Australia is set to buy between 3 and 5 Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarines from the U.S. Canberra will later build another 8 SSN office boats with the British design and U.S. weapon systems. The Australian Defence Minister also defended the decision.
We are witnessing the biggest conventional military build-up that we have seen since the end of the Second World War. And it's happening within our region. And it is not Australia which is doing it. And we need to respond to this. A failure to do so would see us be condemned by history.
China stands alone among more than 60 nations in refusing to be briefed by Australia over the Security Pact. Beijing is instead standing by its claims that it will lead to nuclear proliferation in the region.
三国真平将遵守最高核不作战标准，纯属欺世盗名，实质上是协同国际原则机构之处，做出保障坚固后面安排，严重损害机构权威。在客观达成共识之前，美英澳三国不应开展核部署合作，机构遇事处也不得擅自与三国商签保障监督安排。
it's not just China who signed the submarine deal. The plan has drawn attention from Russia as well. Moscow criticized the alliance's new pact, saying it could bring more potential confrontation to the Asia-Pacific. Stuart Smith tells us more.
Russia and China right now generally taking similar positions when it comes to international policy, so it was no surprise that Russia was against this deal. However, it has been since 2021, so this isn't a new thing. Specifically, the Foreign Minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, said that the Anglo-Saxon world, seemingly referring to Australia, the UK, and the US, with creating structures like this, with supporting the development of military infrastructure in the Asia-Pacific region, is effectively preparing for some kind of confrontation. He says it's expecting for years of confrontation, and that this does nothing to add stability to the region. So Russia isn't keen on this deal, but is not going so far to suggest there will be any consequences for the deal, considering as though already US, UK, and Australia relations are all particularly bad with Russia. There's not much Russia could do anyway in terms of any sort of consequences for this.
Amid ongoing pushback from China and Russia, the IAEA chief has vowed to navigate the issue in an independent, impartial, and professional manner. Dr. Grossi added the agency must ensure that no proliferation risks emanate from this project. Kelsey Hardigan from the Center for Strategic and International Studies explains why such risks will likely remain low.
The US and UK have both committed that the actual propulsion systems that they provide to Australia will be complete, welded shut, so that the fissile material inside of those reactors will be extremely hard to access. And furthermore, we know that the Australians have committed to not have any enrichment, any reprocessing, or any post-application associated with this arrangement. So that means that even in the worst case scenario, the material inside the reactors, which would be very difficult to access, it cannot immediately be used in a nuclear weapon. It would require further chemical processing that the Australians do not have, and the inspections that the comprehensive safeguards agreement that the Australians do have in place with the IAEA would be designed to detect something like that. So I think that gives a lot of confidence that there really, in my view, is not a risk of Australia misusing this arrangement to pursue nuclear weapons. I think that is not a possibility. But again, this is all about the precedent of if other states in the future were to do the same, would the verification provisions, would that give confidence to the international community that this is being done in a safe and secure way?
Analysts say China has recently concluded parliamentary sessions that signal that Beijing does not see its strained ties with the U.S. improving anytime soon. They point to a tougher stance by the Chinese leadership, a move to boost self-reliance in the face of increased pressure, and a bid to assume a greater global role in areas such as the Middle East. Mauricio has more.
When China's new foreign minister accompanied his video appearance at a yearly news conference on the sidelines of China's annual political meetings, it was a sparring talk towards the U.S. that captured overall attention. 时来承担起灾难性的后果。 But it was a subtle shift in language in answering a question on China's relations with Japan, which some analysts said may have signaled Beijing's view that China and the U.S. have already entered a new Cold War.
但如果日方有些人不想以邻为本，而是要以邻为壑，甚至要参与遏制中国的新冷战，那么中日两国之间就是旧伤未愈，又添新痛。
This comes amid rare direct criticism of the U.S. from China's President Xi Jinping himself during the parliamentary session, something that's typically been avoided in the last few years as bilateral ties have been strained. But during a meeting with delegates, Mr. Xi accused Washington of viewing the containment of China, which he said brought unprecedented severe challenges to the country.
Now maybe it's a world warrior diplomacy version 2. They are very aware that the relationship between China and the United States will not be better in the future. So now we could see that all diplomats, all like global governments, they try to go to Middle East and ASEAN.
On Friday, news of a surprise deal brokered by China between Iran and Saudi Arabia emerged, a breakthrough as both sides agreed to resume ties after 7 years of tensions. Just hours earlier, China's largely ceremonial parliament had voted unanimously to reappoint Mr. Xi as the country's president for a historic third term. Many observers noted the timing of it, calling it a diplomatic win for China. This as Washington is rumored to be retreating from the Middle East. Although China's foreign ministry said Beijing has no intention to fill a vacuum or put up exclusive roles. But experts say this role as peacemaker could be seen in the near future, especially amid reports that Mr. Xi could visit Moscow to meet his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin soon. He could also speak with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky for the first time since the start of the war.
President Xi always wanted to be a global leader. Then now this is evidence of his leadership. Overall, China tried to be an alternative to the United States. China wants to have China's model of the global order. So you could see that China tried to play bigger roles in peacemaking.
But amid China's troubles abroad with the US, observers say it's had to balance this with challenges at home. This includes rebooting its economy, which was battered by its zero-COVID policy last year. The US containment narrative providing an explanation to Chinese citizens for the challenges the country is facing. It also perhaps explains the more conciliatory tone from China's new Premier Li Qiang, who focused on economic ties and record trade between the two countries, adding that China and the US can and must cooperate. But even then, China has already made a push for greater self-reliance. China's legislature approving a plan to restructure institutions under the State Council, including its Science and Technology Ministry.
So by creating a party commission within the Ministry of Science and Technology, the leadership is trying to give it more power to drive forward policy changes. It's also looking at some of the functions of both Ministry of Science and Technology in order to make it more focused and linear.
But analysts say whether China will be able to achieve its agenda remains to be seen, as some feel like more free play instead of control may be needed to spur the kind of innovation that Mr. Xi hopes to achieve. Alicia CNN, Beijing.
Staying in China, the country will be reopening its borders to foreign tourists for the first time since the pandemic. Authorities will be reissuing all types of visas from today, marking the next significant step away from its zero-COVID policy. Other measures include visa-free entry to areas that did not require visas prior to the pandemic. The supplies to the tourist island of Hainan, cruise ship passing through Shanghai port, as well as those entering the manufacturing hub of Guangdong from Hong Kong on Macau. Foreigners holding valid visas issued before the 28th of March 2020 will also be allowed to enter the country. The travel agencies in Singapore, though, believe that many locals are still waiting for visa-free entry into the mainland to return, despite an increased interest in travel to China.
I think that Singaporeans route for the visa waiver, except if they have a strong need to travel to China, or if they have relatives or their friends that they want to visit there. If not, of course, we are used to the waiver of the visa. And visa time, the time that the turnaround for visa would be a bit long.
Still, the long-delayed reopening is a welcome boost to the tourism sector. The travel agency is saying they're getting more calls from more tour packages to China.
China is one of the destinations in the limelight at the moment. We have been observing a steady flow of interest and bookings from our customers, with some eager to leverage our early bird deals to get the best departure dates and secure the best rates on our newly launched tours since February.
And for breakouts, still ahead, chaos in Pakistan. The police clashed with supporters of Imran Khan following the country's arrest of former leader. And how soup kitchens in Singapore are coping with rising food costs, and other expenses.
Scientists are looking to the stars for a bold new adventure to grow food in space.
Space is a really important part of understanding food.
Innovators are bringing ideas on growing food in shuttlecrafts and faraway planets back to Earth.
These amazing technologies that we have from space are going to enable a more sustainable world than the one that we have today.
What we're actually doing is reinventing agriculture because everything has to be certified. And therefore, food technology can solve the largest environmental problem and challenge what we have on planet Earth. If it's good for space, then it sure is good for Earth.
New frontiers in food. Space Farmers, 28th and 29th March on CNA.
An incident that dealt a blow to U.S.-China ties.
China violated U.S. sovereignty.
And fuel to a heated tech war between superpowers.
China doesn't have the capacity to manufacture these advanced chickens.
Will the U.S. choke China's tech nutritions?
No country has any right to deprive the Chinese people of their right to peaceful development.
The deepening U.S.-China tech war. Insight, Thursday on CNA.
Zoom in also. Great job, Mira.
What I like there, it's a little shake me there. I was like, who did this? Oh, yeah.
Previous episode, Sheila Johnson, Governor of Superior and CEO of Johnson Aggregates, reached out to the CEOs of both the Sterling Development Company and Lewis Lumber Company with the idea of forming a partnership to bring professional soccer to Verde Beach. The CEOs requested funding from the city for infrastructure for the facility itself and received a commitment for 100% of the funding for the infrastructure and 50% of the cost of the stadium. In the previous episode, we built most of the infrastructure in the area, and in today's episode, we're going to build the stadium and the entertainment district around it. We'll also build a train connection, but all of Verde Beach can access the stadium. But before we jump in, if you hit the like button and subscribe if you aren't subscribed to the channel, I'd really appreciate it. And if you could, drop a comment. And if you don't have anything to say, show me your favorite emoji. The engagement helps increase the reach of the video, and it shows the almighty algorithm that you like it. Without any further ado, let's jump right in. Hello, welcome back to City Planner Plays, where we are building the city of Verde Beach. And like I said in today's episode, we're going to be building the stadium district here. I'm really excited about it because I think it's going to really transform this area and spur development. We really don't have anything like it in the city. We do have athletic facilities, but they're just not the same. So I want to start off by just eliminating the trees through here. It's going to make it a little bit easier for us to see what we're doing.
Hello, how is everybody? 10 years have gone very fast. 2013 until now, 10 years. Now 10 years will be actually 7 years. Waiting for the 7 years. It's passing by the 10 years, not waiting for the 10 years. Life is like that, passing the 10 years. Don't know about this one. This one is about the bundle. We have Coast to Coast Radio, University Modern City, Modern Japan, Campus, Sunset. It's fantastic. But one thing about this one is, let's say if you have the city scan, you cannot buy this game. You cannot buy this game. You can buy for 31.9, and it will become yours forever. So then we can just premium edition 2 or May edition. It's very expensive. We have a premium edition 2 for console play. Include season pass. It's not necessary. They offer in-game food, owns, and then you have view game, review. And then add on. What's this? Carols, candies. You can buy the bundle. But then you have there's lots of the things you can add on. And say maybe try buy the city. You see Green Cities, oh my god, with Game Pass. But don't know why I cannot. Can buy and build own people of the coast of the east. So it's better than this Steam, the financial district. But it's a kind of a creator kind of game. And then it's like, oh my god, natural disaster. And then you have the airport, game park, kind of game. All these are already the game park through the airport. Only the map pack. The map pack actually have all kinds of map. And you can actually, I don't know, someday may be able to create your own game. It's able for Skylines to destroy this. But it's expensive for Skyrim tools, everything. Yeah, Diablo is really a must support the game, and maybe like this what Diablo what else? The merchandise. Yeah, supposed to buy one. And that's why I said, haven't really some of the things. That's why I say I'm not rush for, because this one is like so sad. You can actually bring it down and just throw it away. Just leave it on the floor. Ask the cleaner, just on the cleaner, hey, can you take for me the things I give you the money? If he can at this one. Next time in the morning, what time he came here? 9 o'clock, right? So we'll ask him next time. Hello, can you come and take the things? You need $5. $10 of course it won't be very. So it's interesting to have the bundle because that is the not doesn't include the game pass. This one is what? Not necessary. You can actually select the day and night also. See the beauty of the lights and everything. But that's it. There are a lot of games to play. This one is a regular, but this will be much more exciting. Skylines. Then this one, see whether there is city. I think not. I think it's a company one. Explain. City limits. Mass transit. It's all one whole set. African vibes. And then you have, I think you buy the Skyline, the whole series. XL. I really have a series that. So Payday 3 arriving. Payday 3. So I'll be playing the this Payday 3. Metro coming soon. This one can do the wish list. Some of the games you just play, but then as you try to play more, you want to play even more of this add-on, like Dungeons and Kingdoms. And so the angry actually seems to be patient and everything is ritual. Post-industrial renovator combat. Just try to do your best to counter everyone who defense. Don't bother about the world. It's just been ongoing more than 12 years. So I just continue doing my own things. Right? So no point trying to get involved in politics. Build a nuts industry empire. There's like I said, city planner, then they have all the games. Cities in motion, metro. So what is this? Cities in motion. If I add one, then I later check. Yeah, able to find it. And then double shotgun. Cities in motion. Paris. Oh my god. So I don't like France, but I don't know. If I go France, then they try to play politics. That kind of situation. Say, oh, I don't like getting out France. It's not really I don't like. I just don't like when people are snobbish in that kind of situation. So let's look at CDXL. What's this block code? I just add and later I just check. What Simtrans? What is Simtrans? So funny. Journey to the pumping planet. Just act. Very interesting. And then let's move on to Series XL. Just tell everybody to be patient, don't be angry, don't be upset. It's going to be going on for the next 7 years. When China is much more united with everybody. So let's move on um, with every country actually. So this one I have actually. I already how come I don't have See what's the meaning of this one XL and the other one? I have one. Over 100 different. You see this one is Jurassic Park edition, there's a free one. I say S to the XL. This one maybe have Cities XL. But it's this one is worth it. I already have already. I don't know why. I don't have. This one I unfortunately I buy this one for the waste. Imagine Earth I think I bought. It's a fun if you know how to do. It's more like cluster kind of thing, right? But it's actually something next time I will share. But it's not so relevant. But this is how the design in this one. Europe. Europe. In the Europe. In Western Europe actually. Will be kind of much more yeah, like I said, all a lot of people like people say they're able to do this. It's not that one is more bonus, this is dynamic, it's much more flexible and varied. You see, oh my god, it's like XL. Tropical actually is not necessary to play, but it's just that having that kind of situation and they are not gonna have it at the moment. Maybe they do, they just secretly do that. So this one is fantastic. I played. But I don't know why they're not going to continue. Maybe they will continue again. So okay, then Save City is on in design. So for this, I would actually prefer this than the Wonders of the World. Very interesting. It's not meaning just to try to know the mechanics, to know the mechanics, the art of war. Oh my god! And then we move to epic, lost art. Series get ready for a new epic. Lost Nature. This one really, but it's don't know when. This asset comes from wish list. The encounter this time. So yeah, it's Skyline too, but they still very early stage. Ah yeah, yeah. So 50. This one is another one. Another label. Very interesting. I say I'm obsessed. Yeah, and also the singer. So that's why I say a lot of. Eh, this one is this YouTube. So I think to my YouTube. How? No, why should I be? I'm not angry. I just that they are just doing something that is becoming more addictive to disturbing people. It comes to and then the disturb is not really like frustrated because at the end of the day, maybe they look at this, look at that, and feel important. China's new rockets are about to take over. This one, a lot of things are. While I'm watching and playing, I'm not always um, playing the game. Like me. So it's kind of like two. So then I'm not so sure. Once I have 5 pictures of previous all these sim series XL. Let's watch this. Finally, some people are like so waiting for the 10 years.
The best city building game of all time.
Okay, let's look at XL.
probably the coolest thing about SimCity 4. By the way, this game will always have a special place in my heart. Our regions. You can build up an entire region with different cities. They are all connected to each other and you're able to trade, for example, water, garbage, or electricity. You can also dedicate different cities to different tasks. In one city, all residents live. One city has a lot of heavy industry, the other one only consists of farming, and so on and so forth. Maybe they could even implement like a multiplayer feature where you and all your friends can build on one mega region at the same time. Colossal order, that would be epic. There is this one tool in City 6L where you can choose one building to place individually from all spawnable buildings in the game. That would allow for more control over how your city will look and feel. It's pretty similar to the plotted roads mod. I personally use that mod all the time because I don't like how the zoning
That's why
works.
you cannot build. You cannot have just one. You cannot have just one.
I really love the
variety.
zoning of farm fields in
Yes,
City
yes.
6L.
I say
It
it's no
automatically
relevance.
fills the space in between the dirt roads with a
relevance.
pasture or farm field texture. Sorry, you're
I will
able to
say,
build
man, I
really
will
cute
say.
farms with much
Say
more
so many times
organic shapes
already.
when placing 4x4 farming
When you play
units
later, I
buildings
will
or
just
square-shaped
share more.
farms of the industry's DLC, like
The
the CS
cultures
box.
is something
SimCity 4
like
also
very
does
old.
farms
It's like
much
we don't know,
better.
just on and off. I mean, just understand a little bit about the mechanics, about the because the
You can easily fill in every empty space in between buildings and roads, with park space, plazas, markets, and even construction sites. That's honestly one of the coolest features of every city building game ever made. To have the same with more different settings like industrial yards, just plain concrete,
yeah, they talk
wastelands,
about
or
this
playgrounds would be a real.
not the city skylines. It is like talk about the 5 other games.
Can you believe it? The much awaited sequel City Skylines 2 has just been announced in the Paradox and Colossal Order announcement show. Wow, we are going to take a look at the trailer, then we're going to break it down and see what we can learn about any upcoming features. And I'm also going to discuss my personal experience playing City Skylines 2 a year and a half ago. So let's dive into the trailer and have another look at that. I've watched this trailer so many times. The music at the beginning just gets me. Let's just dive into it, and then after that, we'll take a deeper dive into the trailer, see what we can see. Let's go.
It's time to
Oh, this one very slow.
You'll evolve
Too many.
into something more.
After that, hit the sea. We are back to the moment. Because all these are low price. Come on. Actually, it's not. Hmm?
Your chance to shape the future. To create and inspire. Expand way up high and bring life to your creations.
No, why don't you just one?
New worlds to explore and pursue.
Mm.
Here, you are the visionary. You are the creator. You
Oh, you know, in the other working in this kind
Wow, are
of
you as excited as
area will
me?
be like, you
What
understand
we
here
were
how
told
the
about
work
this
is
upcoming
and just
announcement show on the
do their
27th of
development
February
or
last
just
week. And then I was sent this trailer
along the way
last
just
Thursday, the 2nd of
not
March. I
involved,
was
just
just stunned,
live stream
to
or
say
whatever.
the least. What do you think of the trailer? Did you see anything that makes you excited for the game, or maybe you're not excited for the
Nothing.
game? Tell me
It
why,
doesn't
let
say
me know
anything.
in the comments below. Let's find
What's
out. I
modding?
also have a bustling City Skylines Discord server with over 34,500 members and growing every day. And we're all there sharing ideas, helping each other fix problems with our game. But also, we have a new City Skylines 2
Yeah, all
wish
kinds
list forum that is huge. So many ideas in there, but we'll talk about that a little bit more later.
Many.
So let's take a
Solange,
look at the trailer again,
develop,
and we'll let you know my thoughts
and
and
then you can
reactions on what
download,
we
but
see
don't know
here.
whether they're able to.
Oh man, I've watched this trailer so many times. Right, okay, here we go. Those chords at the beginning, there's certain chords in music.
Sometimes
really
maybe you
get
need
the
to,
feel,
you can
so
do
they
like
pick some good ones.
New York. Let's try this. See
Here we
whether
go.
you're able to download. But you need to subscribe.
Now, I thought that was very clever.
I'm not very
because
sure how.
a lot of people, all they want is City Skylines 1, you know, on steroids with everything. Everything Rich had from City Skylines 1, we want it all in City Skylines 2. And I thought, start again from something new and evolve into something different, or whatever the voiceover said. I think that's very clever, and I think that's something we need to keep in mind going forward. It also said not actual gameplay. I'm wondering whether some parts of this are. I'd like to think this roundabout is. If it was, those graphics would be brilliant. But yeah, have a story. So maybe we're branching out into a bit of storytelling. This, I get an idea, might be real. That sort of animation of building. This is, you can tell these are sort of CGI. I mean, you have that flipping 4090 Ti's and RTX everywhere for that. This coming out of the water, I'm thinking, I don't know. I think that's a mix, you know, of, let's just go back. I think this is a mix. I could be totally wrong, don't forget, I don't know, I'm guessing. I'm thinking this might be, because you see how it moves down, this here, I think this is all the city. I think this water and the sky is like CG, that's just my opinion, but looking at that, it just makes me go, oh, so excited, so excited. Oh, let's keep going, still got seagulls, but I have plenty of seagulls. Now this is something that is definitely I can talk about, and that's seasons. So this is going to be actual in-game gameplay. So let's just watch this little bit here.
Yeah. Sometimes I say don't get bothered with whatever. Outside world, don't the less they get involved. But sometimes go out, just buy things, or just go walk. What people want to say about you, whatever, just continue to live your life. This is living the America and China way. Why want to get involved? Why want to pressure yourself? What? You're just trying to pressure people. Every day they're just trying to pressure people. It's just their way of life to always keep people pressure, and then later come out got what hair, got many hair and all over, and look very old and look very vulnerable and all this. While other people are, having a better life than you, the kind of situation. They always like to play all this politics, sharing along the way what is going on. And let's see what Kenapa mah? Macam ni. Apa itu? Bukan. Mhm. Tidak ada dulu. Itu community. Ayo, very slow isn't it?
AKA Prince Pretty, and this is the hit. The 10 things we are most excited
It's
about
fun. I
in
want to
WWE
master this, but I
2K23.
cannot.
Starting with number 10.
Got no time to master. Maybe in time.
2K23 covers
Very good time you play and know about your wrestlers. Some of the wrestlers still around, some of the wrestlers are not. Some of the new wrestlers.
You can't beat me.
And you can play the old wrestlers.
Live action has been
I don't know whether
updated
to
with
play the
new
old wrestlers.
online multiplayer, live events, card animations, and
But it will be better if you're like a manager.
Ooh, number 8.
Manager.
GM upgrades.
Manager.
Now with 4-player multiplayer support,
Wrestler.
more titles, more match types, more GMs, more shows,
Play.
and endless
And
play
you
with
learn about how
multiple
to manage.
seasons. Number 7.
Sometimes you can create a stick or
gives you
template
more
stick.
control over rivalries and ever
With story.
Now you decide to control your WWE. Number 6, Creation Suite has been upgraded. Unlock your creativity with advanced creative entrance features, visual improvements, and new
It's a
additions
new one,
to
I think.
create a superstar. Number 5, My Rise leveled up with 2 new storylines this year, and now with the ability to import and export your creative superstar into other modes in WWE 2K23. Number 4, the roster. So many more new characters this year. Over 200 new and
Too
returning
expensive.
WWE superstars and legends. Number 3, new optional pin mechanic allows you to play your way. Skill and time or button mashing. You decide. Number 2, you've been asking for it. War Games.
But not buying.
Finally makes its WWE 2K
Sometimes like
Number 1, play board games and the Royal Rumble in online multiplayer and battle it out for online superiority.
Something
And one more thing. The hottest artist in the world. He's had a few matches in his WWE career. Bad Bunny makes his WWE
prizes,
2K debut.
advertising, marketing, promotion. Just subscribe work. Okay lah. That's only 11 o'clock. So let's see this one. How come? Oh,
Spring, summer, autumn, winter, we go through them all. We're starting to see a bit of his logo up here as well, up here. But this little bit here, so this along the back, that is in City, in the game engine, I'm sure, because this must be in the game engine, this bit here. It does look different from the rest. So what I'm hoping is we can see all of this changes, and we see we've got snow on top of the building. These don't sort of change much, although it is hard to see whether we get sort of snow. And we can see that building animation again, look, going on over here, which is good. But I'm hoping that as the seasons change, it's not just a visual thing, it has some sort of effect on the rest of the city. That we will see. You can see that looks brilliant. Again, that amazing building animation. I think this is rendered, and I'll tell you why. It's because we've got buildings like crammed in the middle of other buildings here, which I think we will be able to do will make no sense. So, yeah. But I love that. It's looking really, really cool. But we can see some of the recognisable buildings that we're probably going to get similar things to what we've got now, which I think look brilliant. This, I think, is in the game. I mean, I'm saying that. I might be completely wrong with all of it, and none of it is. This, I think, is in the game. Not too sure on that one. Let's hope we actually get reflections of what's in your city, or at least something a bit more. I don't know whether that's ever possible. I'm just thinking of reflections in the game, reflecting what you've actually built, the processing power behind that, all the people playing on their laptops and, yeah, 1060 graphics cards. This, I think, is in the game. Again, one more thing. Plenty of seagulls. That looks great. That, I think, is in the game. Once again, just to reiterate, this is just my personal opinion. Here comes all the logo. This, I think, is taken from the game, but then is like a stylized version of maybe a screenshot or something. Again, might be entirely wrong, but we make cities. But imagine if it looked like this, or near enough like that. And when you go back to the seasons sort of section, here it is, this bit here. I mean, that is not far off
what we're looking at over here. And I've actually got this picture without the logo on. Let me just bring that up. Yeah, this is PR. So again, I mean, this could be an artist impression of the game. We don't know. We've got sort of the blurring in the background. It sort of feels very much like it could be, I don't know, an artist representation. It could be really in the game. Just looking at the way the graphics look. But I mean, some of the stuff that's in here. Again, it said not actually. So everything I'm saying is surmising about what could be there, but too many roads in there. We shall see. We shall see. Very excited. So how about we have a little chat about my experience of playing City Skylines 2. Wow, I've got some news to share with you. So what's my own personal story with City Skylines 2? Well, sit back, grab a cup of tea. I've got a tale to tell to you. So I'm in a Discord server along with Colossal Order and Paradox, where we're given info about upcoming DLCs, content creator packs, that sort of thing. So I can put together prepared videos to release with you lovely people. Also, sometimes we're asked to help test things out and that sort of thing. But when the news of City Skyline 2 test was suddenly dropped on us mid-2021, with what I'm going to call the alpha test around August 2021, I was absolutely blown away. Of course, like any City Skylines fan, I'd always hoped that something was up their sleeves. So being allowed to take an early look at City Skylines 2 was just amazing. Now, the one thing that has been confirmed in the trailer, the one new thing, is seasons. Now, that wasn't in the out version that I got to play, so it's great to see that since I played it, even more new things have been added. So, as with a normal Steam game, given Steam keys, it had a secret project name. I'm not going to share what that is. It wasn't called City Skylines 2, just in case somebody saw it in our Steam library, of course. We all had to sign NDAs, which I think we signed a long time ago anyway, so there'd be serious repercussions for any leaks or anything like that, but I would just assume losing our close relationship with Colossal Order and Paradox would be punishment enough, so I'm pretty sure no one's going to be leaking anything those rules. So what can I tell you about my playtime? Well, we didn't have long. I'm trying to stretch my memory going back. I tell you what, time goes by so quickly. A lot's happened since then. I'm pretty sure it was only like a week or so, from what I remember. Obviously, we couldn't stream our play, talk about our play with others or anything like that. And it was a very early, I'm calling it alpha, build of the game. While we played and afterwards, there was questionnaires to fill in about our experience, what we thought about various features, feedback we wanted to give, features we'd like to see added, any other info like that that we wanted to pass on to Colossal Order and Paradox. And that's brilliant that they're getting the community as much as they can involved like that. Of course, as somebody, with thousands of hours in the game, there's so many things that I want to see in City Skylines 2. So I wrote a lot. I know you've all got your tons of ideas of what we'd like to see as well. We all do, because we love the game so much. So I wasn't the only one who tested it, and I'm sure lots of other people have had tons of ideas as well. So it's great, as I said, that they're listening and taking all this on board. I'm sure as things go forward, that's going to happen even more. Yeah, one of the big things for me that I'd like to see is more challenges and more choices. I've always said in my gameplay videos you've been watching on my channel over the years, but do you feel this as well? That sudden dump of new things when you hit a milestone is just too much. And I think for new players as well, it's just too overwhelming. And of course, every DLC or content creator that's added, these items have to go somewhere in a milestone. So more and more things get unlocked all at once. So some way of changing that, I don't know, would just be fantastic. Just to help you, maybe have some choice involved in that would be great. But I don't know, we'll see what comes up. Like many of you, I would say adding in what I would call quality of life mods, just standard mods for those that play with mod shooters in the game. Move it, traffic manager, network multi-tool, intersection marking tool, all of those things just would be great. And it was out in 2015, City Skylines 1, as we need to call it now, because there is a City Skylines 2. So a new game engine, better graphics, better multi-core handling in the modern PCs, all of that stuff. I think that sort of stuff is just a given. I've got no technical details I can share. I'm just talking from my own brain. I think that's just a given. So, be interesting to see. yeah, with the alpha that I played, it was early enough in production that our feedback could be taken into account and things could be added or changed within the game. There were some new features. I don't think that's like a leak saying that, because if there wasn't any new features, no one's going to buy it, and it would just be called City Skylines. Well, I wouldn't have thought. But I can't tell you about those, of course. But I'm sure these are all going to be shared by Colossal Order and Paradox over the coming months. They were very exciting, and they're going to make many people very happy, including myself. In the secret Discord server that I mentioned before, Colossal Order is still asking for ideas, making a list. So why not jump on my Discord server? So there'll be a link on the screen in the pop-out. It'll be written on screen and it'll be in the description. And there'll still be people asking in the comments where's the link. I'll put it everywhere. I shall come round to your house, fly a pigeon through your letterbox with the link on it. Just for you, I'll even click your mouse button. Come and join my Discord server, which is huge, 34,500 people on it at the minute, as I mentioned, and we've got a CS2 wishlist forum that's going. I only started this 4 days ago, and it has got tons of ideas from the community. So come and get involved. Maybe your idea is the one that changes City Skylines 2 for the better, you never know. So I can't wait to get my hands on the next build, assuming by now, 1.5 years later, it's going to be a beta build. For those that sort of maybe don't do that sort of thing, alpha is always like really early, it hasn't got all the features in it. Beta has normally got all the features in it, but bug fixing, that sort of thing. So I'm hoping it's around that sort of level, because my excitement is off the charts. Trying to continue making City Skylines 1 content when I know City Skylines 2 is coming is going to be tough, but we are going to do it. We will get through these next, I'm hoping, just months before City Skylines 2 is out. I really have no idea. So, how about a bit of future speculation of what's coming up? What happens next? Well, once the dust settles, once our excitement goes down a bit, once we watch that trailer another 20 times because it's just so good, that music just gets your heart rate up. Well, what can we do? Well, we can continue to speculate on all the new features that we would like to see in the game. We can continue pouring over City Skylines, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube accounts for leaks, and of course any news, any leaks, anything that comes out will be on here. So be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel and my Twitter, of course. But personally, again, just my own thoughts. I don't think Colossal Order and Paradox are going to let City Skylines 1 die until City Skylines 2 is out. We know that they love their DLC, that's just their business model. They've got bills to pay, they've got staff to pay, and they've got fans, a rabid community of City Skylines 1 fans that are not going away anywhere. Yeah, let's see what's on the horizon between now and then. So I honestly have no release date info for City Skylines 2, and that's honestly, that's not, I've signed an NDA, honestly, I can't tell you. So between now and then, let's all continue building our cities and looking forward to a bright future in City Skylines. And I, for one, am absolutely stoked.
I think after that, then this what else? 10:30, just nice. I go eat. After I eat my lunch, then after that I go walk and buy things. I like to walk in the afternoon. Get some suntan, get some satay. On 10:30 just nice, right? The shop open 11. I go there too early, the shop not open. I don't know, I'm gonna see. I don't think I will talk anymore. I'm not going to Cantonese. It's supposed to play, but I can't take nothing. Diablo. Nothing about that one. Touch on that. What's important must drink lots of water. Because the water later still have to drink lots of water. I noticed I recently was in Vietnam, I drink lots of water. Here I didn't. Once upon drink more water. Like I could only drink 1 liter of water every day. I never drink. I only drink half a liter or 3/4. But by right it's supposed to drink. Because according to the people with diabetes supposed to drink 2 liters. You're supposed to drink 1 liter. And I just drink a few of all this because I never tried this wide variety of drinks. So just this time maybe I just eat the one don't eat the evening. Because I have to buy quite a lot of things. I think I want to go to the supermarket to buy the seaweed. Oh, just now I never eat the seaweed. Mm. With the evening. Take one a day. Yes, oh my god, yes, go. Oh my god. Free kick. Penalty. Penalty. Yes, penalty. No replay. Penalty. Yes. It's inside. It was inside the penalty box. Yes. You do not play the game. That was much easier. The game I play because like I said, they try to improve, not perfect. Improve. Hopefully, all throughout all the duration, I can do it. But I'm not very sure whether they will go season. And it is good when you put in. I mean, it's very expensive. I can't buy it. The Pharaoh one, they say it's so good. I never played a Pharaoh game for a very long time. Romans, Pharaoh, but some of those are old games. It's a short time. Yeah. I cannot see you. I'm trying to get this Brazilian Brazilian goalkeeper. Oh my god, 1-1, 61. Oh, now we are already. Not fire. What a waste. But along the way, I'll try to improve. It's a good game, that's why I need to keep up with something. Maybe I'll talk about this English Premier League. It's supposed to play the English Premier League. See the highlights.
Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to show you the English Premier League table update. 2022-2023. Amazing success.
It's okay, one, no problem, one. I'll still be here.
At the bottom of the table,
I say they really want me to be here because they want me to vow to die in Singapore. That's really a thing. I said, hey, when you going overseas and all that? He said, no, I still not yet lah. Cause many things are unknown. They just want me to go overseas. They don't want to go anywhere. But like I said, I still because I still haven't finished my medical. Take my time. Oh, I know they're going to increase the more they're going to increase the more I'll be here. Because this is what they want. And they increase more from March, then after that April, then you know I'm going overseas already. Going to prepare. If I don't go overseas, they will know that they will increase that definitely. I won't stay in June, May, June, because I'm going overseas because it's a good weather. And when the bad weather, they will try to create all kind of problems. By the time already ready for the bad weather condition. What is this? Oh my god. So long.
Hello guys, in this video, we will go through all of the match dates and time for the upcoming Premier League fixtures for Match Week 28. The Premier League Match Week 28 will be played on 17th and 19th of March 2023. Before we continue,
Try so many years
subscribe
and
to get the
still
latest update on the Premier
able
League
to do
fixtures
it
and
well.
match schedules. Here are the Premier
I feel
League
quite
rescheduled
disappointed.
match fixtures.
But I like the
Southampton versus
stats.
Brentford. The kickoff time is 20:30
Sometimes
GMT.
I play a little bit um,
Followed by Brighton
players
versus Crystal Palace. The kickoff time is 20:30 GMT.
I don't think they have the
So for the Premier League
game.
fixtures to be played on Friday 17th of March 2023, Nottingham Forest will welcome Newcastle United at the City Ground. The kickoff time is 2100 GMT. Then on Saturday 18th of March 2023, we have Liverpool versus Fulham match. The EPL match postponed due to the FA Cup fixtures. Brentford versus Leicester City. Kickoff time is 1600 GMT. Southampton versus Tottenham. Kickoff time is 1600 GMT. Aston Villa versus Bournemouth. Kickoff time is 1600 GMT. Wolverhampton versus Leeds United. Kickoff time is 1600 GMT. Chelsea versus Everton. Kickoff time is 1830 GMT. Then on Sunday, the 19th of March 2023, the following EPL match fixtures will be played. Manchester City versus West Ham United match, postponed. Brighton versus Manchester United match, postponed. Arsenal versus Crystal Palace, kickoff time is 1500 GMT. What do you think about the EPL fixtures today? Is your club going to win in the EPL Match Week 28 fixtures? Let me know in the comment section below. Thanks.
It's always like they're trying to war with me. They see me because that time when I go back, then there were a lot of people queuing up because they're trying to tell me, please go and buy our things. I said, I go, how come the door lock closed? So I'm not buying. Then they trying to tell me, maybe go the other way. I say, no, I just go and do my things. Later then I come back. Still come back and buy also. Everything all go back and buy. So they know they want to depend on Chinese civilization. They want the Chinese civilization. They want everybody to believe in the Chinese civilization. But again, along the way, many people may try to struggle or try to understand whether they do believe or not believe or whatever. But again, like I said, they still try to continue to live their own life. Continue to live their own life. So as I said, sometimes when you're not there, just get used to doing all this. Say, why want to believe in Chinese civilization when at the end of the day, I already go overseas, I also don't believe in the Chinese civilization. I believe in China also, I don't believe in the Chinese civilization. So I don't know why they want to keep insisting that they believe in using me as a tool of destruction for the hypnotic devices. Really don't understand why. In order to just make everybody believe in whatever they listen or they trust the Chinese civilization. In Philippines and in Vietnam, they just live their own lives. They never everything trust the Chinese because the Chinese are so poor. They also no money. And there's no funding on the hypnotic devices and then Chinese civilization together. So at the end of the day, they just do their own thing. Not say go and work. They just do their own thing. So that's why the hypnotic system, each time when they say something, they are what? Playing politics. And they say, what are you doing here? Oh, yeah, early morning he wake up at 5 o'clock, at 6 o'clock, then he play his game. Why want to compare others, compare some outside so many things to do? You see China got compare me with them. They continue to, they have their project management, China. And they continue, they never give up. The same for Singapore and the people. They must continue to have project management, never give up. I'm not indispensable. I'm not relating to the world. I just advise what I can. I mind my own business, I don't go around disturbing other people. The same, no need to play all this game and think, I can't go out, why they do this to me, and why they do that to me. Because you're nothing better to do, because of this, and because of that, then you play politics. And you get the worst of the worst, and then every time I go out, they want to know. So they secure the area. I say sometimes they ask you, please go to this place. I say, sometimes I eat because I eat already, I walk. They want me to eat here. They want me to eat other places. I say, I can eat other places. Sometimes I just sian of eating the same food, and I just go and eat, other food. Every day they want to try to dictate. They not say treat me like a child. They want to control your daily activities, your daily life. Telling you that when you go out, please go and buy this first. Why I must go and buy this first? Sometimes they don't know, sometimes the message sent to them. They were being told to tell me this, tell me that. They do not know what is going on. When I go across the hawker center, I say, they all ready for me. They just want to play for they want to put me at the center of the stage, and the rest they just, like I'm the main actor, and the rest all sidekicks and all the characters, supporting actor, actresses, and all this. And the movie director is the one that prepared the script and all this. Every day we do all this in here, preparing the script and everything. Just like last time I was doing something, they're preparing the script and everything. And maybe they come here already. And then they have to sometimes they have to report. Why is he doing? What is he doing? Why you all securing him? Nothing. He's not doing anything. You just say, don't compare us, compare himself. When you investigate, ask the police to come, ask the umpire, whatever, come and see what is doing. Whether it's doing illegal thing. The pub rule. So maybe one more match then I go. And you guys come and eat. It's too early. I go there, I not open. Oh, the shopping time 11, library 10 o'clock. Why I go library for? I don't need sometimes I just go once in a while. I don't need to when I go there, I go and occupy the. I think I can just scan anyone and can just register to say I log in. I book a table. Oh, whether people know me or not in the internet or not, I don't bother. I'll just show that I'm here. That's all. Nothing more. Just show I'm here, cannot. Since I'm still in Singapore. They will know when the people want to, oh, he went to the library and stuff. Maybe, and then they'll see, oh, regularly he here, sometimes not around or why. When he go, maybe he goes in, maybe other library. I don't like to go too far because it's not my focus. Only on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then I go out a bit further to do my things or whatever. The one already done already. The one what to do. That's why I said already. Because that one's nothing to do with me. I never buy anything. I'm buying for myself. Only the nomination should have been checked. And any other thing, you have nothing to buy. Maybe later I just buy one or two games. The outside one is the same. All this, wanting me to waste my wife. I want to get rid so that you can go out and buy. I say I will go out one. I'm very disciplined one. No need to tell me to remind me I must go out every day. I'm very disciplined. I go out every day one. I go out when the tell like yesterday don't find discipline. I go out. Finish my thing already. I go out. Every day is the same one. No need to do the. No need to add more stories. Now for the past 10 years, 12 years ago. I do my thing, many things I cannot. My homework, I also forget it. They just try to prevent me to do more work. I like to be busy, I like to keep myself busy and do my own thing without them interfering so I can concentrate and do my thing. Last time I used to do before in the year 2001, 2, before 2000 before, around, or around 2000, 20, 2010, 12010. I do my thing last time on the computer or 2011. Well, no time one, where for no time one listen. Whether I'm working or I'm not working, I was doing my thing, I'm working here, working there. Whether I'm not working, I also have my own personal time. Even when I was in this what, Tom Redman, this is year 20. Also all this year is 2003. I was busy always doing my own thing. Where got time for them to do that? I managed to that time already have difficulty catching up with time. I got work in the morning, and then after I have to cook all these things or go out eat simple and all that. For all these years, and my free time I don't have much free time. In the year 2010, they were 2013. I don't have PM 1013 to 151 because of the internet. Internet always got problem. Sometimes my game, all this. So in the end of the day, I one day time flies by very fast. Then why they complaining? They also delay by waste time. So every day why they feel so pressure, why they want to give me pressure? Just because their bills to pay. Just manage their own bills. When you say because their bills pay, they make other people pressure. Everybody got bills to pay now. You need to give other people pressure or just play the playing politics game. It's not working. Every day people, if they nothing better to do, nothing lah. You see, they also relax. Did I compare them? I don't compare them. They relax, well, I'm happy for them. Their hobby. Why they cannot sit there? Their hobby. Here, their hobby. Everybody, their hobby, just do your own thing. Don't always come and disturb me. And you can observe Friday and spread rumors or false rumors to spread. When you can tell me, I sometimes do my work and I got many things to do. I disturb me or I got many things I got some the same. You say you can never end. And how about they are disturbing? Also never end. People not disturbing other people. People doing their own thing. Mind people mind their own business. Everybody mind their own business. And they just want to disturb. Oh, why want to do this one? I say that the less people get involved. You don't need to use me as a scapegoat and criminal to all this and that. Other people they live their life. Some even you ask the older generation last time. And they live their life for 10, 20 years, they also don't disturb people. Why people disturb? Want to spy people, never mind. Just be more professional. Not amateur, use the device to kacau people. Make everybody have white hair. To make everybody think, worry. For what? Why worry for? See, make minister say, oh, uncertainty, uncertainty. Uncertainty affect the economy. Uncertainty affects the economy. When you say uncertainty, everybody asks me, what's about the future? Oh, I don't know about the future. The investor look at them, I don't want to invest. Everybody got no confidence. Everybody demoralized. Every day coffee cup book complain. When you look at this type of society, no, they go and invest in another country better. So in the end, these suburbs, because sometimes people may not come to this type of HDB, but sometimes they have people feedback from many. So with all this doesn't mean which people stay on. Whatever it is, it reflects that everything is the country as a whole. So don't always look at it in a pessimistic manner and always pessimistic, act negative. If you have more, then you see that China is helping everybody to be optimistic, to be more positive, so that there can be a much more future. 有的我没有前途啦，没有什么，then everyone trying to pick, and Singapore cannot at the moment because Indonesia has not been established. And when Indonesia established between all parties all over the world, and plus the real war hasn't fight between Australia and China, then how can you have that Singapore will have, not say have peace, but Singapore will be less get involved in all this line of fire, killing field, war zone, Right. So we have to not say divert. The attention should be more on Indonesia as a place. The outer rim is Indonesia, not Singapore. Let's imagine you live in Taiwan every day bombarded by all kind of when they just go also kena for no apparent reason. Or they go around and they will say they siao already and then say the Chinese say them, then sometimes the Exotic say them and all this. Not making their life miserable. They are being caught up for no apparent reason. They are citizens. They are not a government. Why want to push the blame on them? Even if there's illegal money laundering, even if there's a virtual economy, legally or illegally, why they have to push the blame? Mr. A can Mr. B can Mr. C can for what? They are innocent. Make no sense, right? Why want to push the blame on everybody when they are just not part of all this? You're going to say everybody got tax, everybody helped in illegal money laundering. Then the whole world is already helping in illegal money laundering. So that's what I say. Whatever, they are just stressing other people and they want people to be stressed. For what? Just because maybe they have bills to pay or they are stressed. Everybody got bills to pay, everybody is stressed in their own ways. Even in China, everybody are stressed. So it's not the government giving them stress. So now the higher cost of living automatically give everybody stress. I say the six global crisis. Only the United States will give an added bonus to stress on everything. Higher cost of living everywhere in the world. You ask the Filipinos or ask the Vietnamese, everybody also. But do they blame the Russia? They got no time. They just keep quiet and they just work their work. That's all things should be. Don't play the blaming game because you know sometimes when they have no power, they blame, or when things turn wrong, they blame. But it's not their fault. It's nothing to do with them. It's not their fault. They let's say the fire cause. Is it their fault? They caused the thing happening. If they didn't cause what? Then if some other country cause, is it you go and blame other or say the secret society, the companies they go and raise the higher cost of living? You can't blame. Why you blame for what? No need to play all this blaming game. You just blame politics. You yourself are responsible for yourself. Other people are self-sufficient. Why they not? That's why in Vietnam they very clever. They not say everybody is solution. They are smart in the sense that they are wise. Everything can be wise. We are all living in one wisdom. So what they do is they know money, they go and work to make money. That's it. No need to say they know money, they want to keep pressure on other people. Of course, everybody got their own, bills to pay, their own pressure, their own way of life. I want to interfere other people. Hey, later now everybody will play ABC. Now everybody will CDE. All these games are kind of playing politics. It doesn't help anybody at all. This thing is to make them busy for no apparent reason. In the end, we're not helping the government to help everybody. And in the end of the day, the government said, like that, or then you go back to the government. And in the end, they raise the GST. So you must be able to, every individual, you must be able to identify what is the real problem. Is the government not self-sufficient? When the government not sufficient, the minority will pressure them for and push it back to them, including minority voices, push it back to the government. Because the government still wants to help them, help everybody to be, help the country to be self-sufficient, not help people to be self-sufficient. They look at it in the wrong way. Oh, your citizens suffer, you all got white hair, you all got look like Lee Hsien Loong. And then your clothes tattered, torn, like no money, very poor, and then you all lame duck, lame chicken, that means the Singapore government must help the people. The government will ask, why don't you self-sufficient? Help you already, got all the things prepared. You want to come to seek for assistance, go and seek. But did they solve the problem today, tomorrow, every day? Then the notifier say 没完没了，没完没了，yeah. The government say 没完没了，你们没有解决你们自己的问题。Of course 没完没了，你们自己的问题。And the government has to come up with all this to help them. And then you blame the government. Don't blame the government. Don't use the government as scapegoat. If they are not self-sufficient, ask themselves why they are not self-sufficient. Don't you play this game, that game, that game, this game. I know we're living in HDB, we're not living, but we are all in this together. Everybody no money, true. Then we try to learn to be self-sufficient by budgeting our expenses. Whatever can cut. If you make a mistake, too bad. We have to work harder to cover our debts. Everybody got debt. I also got that. Everybody got it. No one pressure me. Women are forced dependence. We care for you. Then how about themselves? Who is going to care for them? Who's going to help them pay their bills? In the end, you still come out to the real world and you see, oh my God, I can't be trouble. Then might as well come in and just temporary for half an hour, 1 hour to make themselves happy. Then they come out, oh, welcome to the real world. Come back again. We are nobody. We came to this in Singapore. Our country are nobody. We are nothing. From the beginning, before the independence day, our country is nothing. Even without the country formed at that time, the land, Singapore, is nothing. It is nobody. The people live there, even independent until now. We are nothing. We are nobody. We try to be somebody and something. We managed to be something, but we're still nobody. Why? Because the country is not. It's still very little. It's something, but not many things. What is something? Only some only. But the basic things we do not have in Singapore. If we are not have the basic things we have, then how can the people have something? The people cannot have something. The people have very few things or very few things. Everybody come in this world is nothing. But we want to be somebody. But at the same time, when we somebody, we must depend on the environment that we are in. But now we have something, but not the basic things. Because when the basic things, then everybody will also be better the basic things. So we have some things only, or a few things, but still we do not have the basic things. We say now you have abundance of food, everything, as long as you got money you can buy. Yeah. But if nobody wants to import, no lah, won't lah. Then wrong already. The approach to solve the problem is wrong. Yeah, the budget of now last time pay $1, where got $1, now $10. Next time, where got $10, $50? Buy one cake also $50. So come down, we push up. Because the lesser have just trying to say here the people no problem. How many hypnotic devices are there being sacrificed today? How many people are being sacrificed today? So everybody better go and try to convince the citizens to work harder, to think of a way. The Masik right have already, then think some more, so some more, do it, action. Rice, potato, where's the potato? Singapore potato and automatic potato. And dairy product. Sick made in Singapore milk. Any brand, any country MEN or whatever, Coca-Cola can join with Coca-Cola to have milk. Made in Singapore milk. And dairy product. People never buy cheese, why? Because expensive. If the cheese is $1 every day, no problem. 5 year, 10 year, $1. People should buy milk also the same. UHT milk, small packet milk for children, and many other. We can do it ourselves, even with Milo, no more Milo, no need to call Milo, chocolate, don't know what, Singapore chocolate or whatever. Not just side tree. Strawberry flavor, chocolate flavor, vanilla flavor, any flavor, all this. Healthy for the people, we can also export. With overproduction, we can donate to the poor countries. We are not competing with China. So in the end of the day, this is to extend whatever that's made in Singapore to the global. We are not trying to compete with China, but to tell them, hey, this is not only one country helping them. There are many countries in the world that want to help them, but without any political and gender secrets or political playing politics. So in the end, another one is also the local, as I said. Encourage the government to say, hey, since we already got connected to all the foreign countries, work with them to allow them to have jobs. Where the jobs we can have in Australia, in all the American side, since the cushion on American side. And South Korea, Japan. Many people want to work in South Korea, Japan. So if South Korea say you must work, you must have the language, then they will prepare a training program for people who want to learn South Korean. Singapore and South Korean partnership and cooperation for people that are young, whatever, all ages to learn. Maybe you even have skills future. In here, whether webinars, Zoom, on the physical class, including Japanese or any other country. We are not trying to tell China that say, hey, because now we want to help South Korea. No. The citizens have to work just like their citizens. Their citizens can go overseas all over the world and they can migrate just like ourselves. So that's why I say really, I want to blame them ourselves, don't blame other people. Because it doesn't help everybody at all. They are becoming more and more demoralized. The more you blame on people or any entity in the world, the more they become demoralized. And the more they become playing politics.
电量不足，请及时充电。
It's not a matter of diversion decoy. It's just like here, you buy this one here, one of these days, an American buy. Huh? What are you talking about? 电量不足，请充值。To the Chinese, of course, they're happy. 哇，我们占领整个世界，什么东西讲的全部都是华文、华语，还是华文。But at least we get to at least maybe learn some language, but at least for them they have to can convert into a few languages. And this because China, that this company import everything from China. So that is the risk. You see, this is already happening. CR Group. They import everything from China. Safety, health. Yeah, certain things when there can be radiation. You buy certain things is from China. Not say China, everything can come from it. No, anywhere in the world. Where it's not improved, let's not go and try to find all this radiation, health, safety. Safety, wow, explode, fire. You know, the E, remember the E last time I said the E one? Don't put inside. All the E vehicles, actually the law should be don't put inside the house. Because they charge that one, maybe not very good, and then fire. Fire not only this house, affect upstairs, downstairs, left, right, everything. I hope my house got covered insurance. If not, liao already. Let me check. So these are the things that we so you can see tax not necessary lah. As I say, sometimes they important you already lock the metal grill. This one don't bother, this one they won't come in like that. It's over there because sometimes people cannot see because more and more branches, they never trim the branches. It's good to have trees, but again sometimes trim a little bit. We cannot depend on Indian workers or Bangladesh, but look what to do. Nobody is going to do the cleaning. So at the moment we have to use the Indians and Bangladesh to do the cleaning. Or sometimes doing some security checking here and checking there. No other choice. We constantly maintain, enforce, reinforce, reduce the weakness of system. For some certain weaknesses can be breached, certain weakness of the system. And then it not only that, also to strengthen your effort. But all this is always maintained. Like last week, everything was nice. Then this week, no Bangladesh, no Indian worker to help in the cleaning, again dirty. Because it's a public place, all brought back all this. It's a public place. Of course, it's dirty. It will be dirty one, so I have to maintain it. So again, when I say Robocop, they thought it's the robot that want to kill people. No. Robocop now happen in the Tampines subway, and also in some places like the Paya Lebar, that one. No, quarters, Paya Lebar quarters. So a lot of all these Robocop and Robo Cleaner, Jing Jing and Ying Ying, right, in the airport. So in time we'll use all this as additional surveillance for health, safety, security. So all these are ongoing. So sometimes people really got no time. So sometimes people got no time. People just go around, and forget about all this. So we need more people more technology to help out. So sometimes that shortage of manpower, sometimes the workers or all these people, they do not there are many places to travel. Certain places have to travel. And then also there are restrictions to hiring foreign workers. Cannot. If it says open, then they are already so it's not a chicken egg. So we also cannot over depend on these foreign workers. So use technology for the better way. And not to blame that people not willing to work because the salary is too low. They find that they have become skilled workers than semi-skilled or unskilled workers. So the semi-skilled and unskilled workers all go to the foreigners, but cannot have too many foreigners. Then how to train that thing. So it's a chicken thing, I say. You have to solve the right way. You can't sandwich in between. Delay, virus, it's a chicken and the egg sandwich in between, and they are earning 10,000, 20,000 a month. Then the rest all also got squeezed in, but they got more salary than the rest. They don't mind to get squeezed in between. So that's why I said destroy the like last time the have and have not, right? I always say already, principle of reasonable to destroy the lesser have will benefit the have. Destroy the have not will benefit the have. Destroy the have will destroy the have not. So the have they think they have, so they want to destroy the have not. Like all of us, all this. Everybody wants to have, but actually nobody have. Everybody is have not. So what happened? The other actually the less everybody is not everybody. Everybody is have not. Only have very only have lesser have. So when he has a lesser have, in the end of the day, if anywhere in the world with the lesser have, you destroy the have not will also destroy the lesser have because they need the lesser have. Like a ship. You have a lesser have the captain and the people that steal the ship. You destroy the have not. How are they going to steal? You destroy the lesser have. You destroy the lesser have. The people cannot because they do not have the direction. Then guarantee that you point one of the sailors to be the captain will really know how to lead the future. So it's a team thing. It's a team thing. Everybody work together. Principles of wisdom number one. Number two, don't destroy either one of the above. Everybody continue to exist and coexist just like you know China and America and any other country. You destroy them, they all connected economically, connected maybe in some other many other things. Just because of slightly because of maybe long historical human differences, no, any difference. Like I say, like South Korea and North Korea, why need to increase? You say it's because of North Korea, then no longer. They're just trying to test this, test out. You just do you look at the South Korean people? They all stay inside a house, waiting for doomsday, or they carry their arms every day whenever they go outside. They still continue with their life. So at the end of the day, like I said, if they want to complain, it's okay as a they call and diversion. But they should be much more quiet, discreet, elusive. Sometimes, yeah, I mean, everybody knows each other. Like in other countries, you got in Vietnam or in Philippines, everybody hanging around here, there. Remember, I was at this Laguna. Each hanging around here and there. Do they complain? Do they talk very loud? Do they like lock that area? Even remember the Davao City and the right here. That is their place of security. Do they try to lock and build power over everything? No. Just hang there to show their presence in case anything. So the approach should be much more professional than. So I'm not talking about anyone because I have no image of anyone. Am I referring to anyone? No. So don't always assume I'm referring to anyone. And they want to say, oh, it's trying to play politics and all this. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Or whatever they are doing. Because this kind of thing drag on how many years already? 12 years already. And the red drop in 7 years. But the GST never go down. So you can complain how for the rest of your 7 years. And maybe they think they have not. Whether they're getting the money regularly from the government, they also have not. Because they have like this, the cost of living, they try to keep up, the cost of go up. But can they always keep increasing their salary? Cannot. The cost of living always go up. All day. Last time got one, some you see they just look for fun only. $1 become 150. And the kid very nice. The kid. Not the girls, the kid very nice. Not bad. Still quite okay. Last time $1 only. Now 150 at 50 cents. Sometimes just donate. Then they have other last time people used to buy a lot. That's why I say everything goes up. I keep complaining only. If they are government officials, their salary increase, the cost of living. Then what about the rest? Their salary not increase. They complain also no use. Or whether their salary increase, they complain also no use. Because they are not solving the problem. They are government officials. Especially people directly are government officials. They are not solving the problem. So now they are solving. So try to solve as fast as they can. What is their focus? Why suddenly they so quiet recently? After they solve already, they don't need to re-strategize on focus on what? They're trying to say that now everything is solved already. They still have many steps to be complete solving the problem and the self-sufficiency. And then followed by technology. Now the world is self-sufficient in technology. Not only food and energy. So they better faster go and no need to pressure them, but remind them. No, presently doesn't help. All these years that the soccer you play, sometimes may not be very good in soccer. And then slowly you wish for the improvement. And hopefully you can able to improve. Now 11 already, I must go out already. Because now the shop open. I want to not say waste time. I have to do my thing. That's normally I do. You see now, 11 o'clock. See the sun. Not there. No good. Not say good. No. The sun no good. You see 9 o'clock. Last time 9 o'clock. Very hot. Now, now 9 o'clock. Not so hot. That's the problem. I don't know what's going on. Go to the this set this under the camera. Okay, I'm back. And I'm going out for my lunch. And a little bit of breakfast actually.